Okay, good morning, everyone. I hope you're all feeling well rested and refreshed and you had a chance to get some sunshine yesterday. Yesterday, we talked a lot about the situation in each of our regions. We talked a little bit about the need for digitization, and we looked at some ways that we can partner for that. Today, we're opening up focusing on digitization with a presentation about the UPU solutions we offer. So I have my colleague Juan Moroni, who will come join us to make a presentation about postal reform and digital assessment.
Hello, thank you so much, Kayla. Thank you so much, everyone, for your time. And thank you so much for the lovely staff of Seychelles Post for your very warm hospitality. So, as Kayla was mentioning, one of the key topics that came up yesterday during the first day of this forum was I would say the need for digitalization. So I think that is widely acknowledged that digitalization is no longer an option. It's a need. And also, yesterday it was mentioned about some of the challenges that the lack of regulation presents in some of the markets. I think it was the representative from the Maldives which mentioned that before COVID, there were 2 couriers operating in the markets, and after COVID, there were 23, if I'm not mistaken. And the lack of, let's say, a lack of regulation in the sector actually represent the lack of the existence of a level playing field. So to address those 2 main issues, the UPU has these 2 main tools, which one of them is the Integrated Postal Reform and Development Plan, and the second one is the Digital Transformation Assessment. The main reason for me being here presenting these 2 frameworks is because we have implemented these projects in 3 Caribbean countries. So that's one of the reasons why I actually will keep this presentation brief, because the representative from these 3 countries are here, and I think it would be also very interesting to hear from them. So just to give you a brief overview of what the IPDP is. So taking one step back, the IPDP is this Integrated Postal Reform and Development Plan, under which in the specific case of the implementations of these projects in the Caribbean, the digital transformation assessment was, let's say, embedded. The main components of the Integrated Postal Reform and Development Plan can be summarized as you can see on the slide. So we have the determination of the Universal Postal Service, which will also provide the elements for the drafting, development, and implementation of the sectoral policy, which one of the very important components is actually the incorporation of the postal sector into the National Development Plan, and you will see shortly why I'm actually highlighting that specific point. Then once the sector policy is drafted, then of course there is a need for a legal reform. That means setting up the appropriate legal framework, which will lead to the modernization of the designated postal operator, not only from the technology side, but also from the from its commercial transformation. So when it comes to the digital transformation assessment, this is an evaluation of the digital capabilities of the of the designated postal operator, but at the same time is a way to assess and work with the government to determine how the designated postal operator can actually facilitate the attainment of the strategic objectives set out by the government in the National Development Plan, specifically in the National Digital Transformation Strategies and in the National E-commerce Strategies, of course, when they exist. It's also very important to highlight that all this framework is actually a living plan that, that of course, has to be up to date with the latest trends and development. Also, as some of you are aware, at the UPU, we are undertaking an updating review process of the overall IPDP framework, and the implementation of these 3 projects in the Caribbean is actually contributing quite significantly to this project, because this is the first time that this kind of projects where the digital transformation assessment has been embedded into the IPDP framework has been implemented. So something that I did not mention, so I work within the digital transformation and digital inclusion programs within the UPU. So that means that in this presentation, I will be focusing primarily on the digital transformation assessment. As I mentioned already, let's say the digital transformation assessment is twofold. So on the one hand, it aims at evaluating the level of digital capabilities of the designated postal operator, but also very importantly is working with the stakeholders in the country to determine how the postal operator can actually contribute in the attainment and ultimately in the socioeconomic development of the country. So having said that, it's also very important to highlight that although we do, of course, have this framework, this is a customizable plan. Of course, as you're very well aware, each country is different, and each country has its own specific context. So when it comes to the implementation of this framework, of course, this plan can be tailored to the specific conditions of the country and the region. So as you can see, if we can please move forward to the next slide. So this is a graphical representation of what this assessment entails. So as you can see from which is actually based on the digital transformation wheel developed by our sister organization, the International Telecommunication Union. So as you can see there, data is at the center. What is not depicted there is the fact that also people is at the center. So a digital transformation has to be data-driven, but also it has to always have people in the center of its strategy. So as you can see there are 3 main elements to this assessment. One of them is the what we can call enablers, the other one is adoption, and the last one is value creation. So in terms of enablers, as I mentioned, it is very important to always work with all the stakeholders, primarily the government, to make sure that the designated postal operator is included in the National Development Plan. And furthermore, as I mentioned in the previous slide, is also ensuring that the postal operator is included in the digital transformation strategy and e-commerce strategy, but also in, for example, related to digital in the cybersecurity policies. Something which is very important for SIDS is also working with the government to ensure that the postal operator is included in the disaster response plan, which is something that sometimes is lacking. So that's one of the one of the components of the enablers. Then, of course, the other component that we assess is the level of connectivity and the level of digital infrastructure. Of course, there is no possible digital transformation without the existence of a reliable digital infrastructure. Also, yesterday we heard from the representative from the African Union Commission that sometimes also the electrification is an issue. So this goes back to the point of this assessment being tailored to the specific conditions of the country. The other components that I did mention already is cybersecurity and trust. And the last one, which is also one point that was mentioned several times yesterday, is addressing. So the importance of having an addressing system fully deployed and implemented in the country. So if we move on to the next component is adoption. So of course we can have all the, let's say, all the digital infrastructure in place, we can have all the systems, but that does not mean necessarily that the digital services that can run on top of that infrastructure will actually be adopted. So on that note, we look at the contact channels of the operator. We also, of course, look at the IT systems and equipment, and very importantly, and let's say addressing the point that I have just mentioned, is the organizational culture and the capacity building, specifically, of course, on digital capabilities. And the last point is on value creation. So once we have all the, let's say, required layers in place, of course, we are doing all this for the deployment and the implementation of some digital services which will run on top of these enablers and the infrastructure. So when we implement this framework, we look at, let's say, 4 main areas, which again, it's very important to highlight that this is tailored to the specific context of each country. So we look at e-commerce, e-government, digital financial services, and also the overall innovation ecosystem around the operator. So if we move on to the next slide, please. So this is another way of seeing this whole digital transformation journey, which is basically what I have just explained. So on the bottom layer, of course, we need the digital infrastructure. Again, as the distinguished representative from the African Union Commission mentioned, that also entails the need of having reliable, let's say, electricity network in the country. Also, as I mentioned, only having the digital infrastructure is not enough. It is, of course, necessary for all the staff to have the required digital skills. So that's why digital skill is one of the key components. Those 2 layers are the 2 enablers which would allow to undertake this, let's say, whole digital transformation journey, which would at the same time enable the deployment and the adoption of the digital services that I mentioned before, and which we always have to keep in mind that ultimately the goal is also to promote the socioeconomic development of the country. So that's why the SDGs are deployed there. So if we move on, please, to the next slide. So very briefly on the methodology of this project. So as I mentioned, we have already implemented this project, this joint IPDP and digital transformation assessment in 3 countries in the Caribbean. It's also important to highlight that these are 2, let's say, different frameworks which can be also implemented independently. As again, the representative of the African Union Commission mentioned, we did deploy this assessment in 10 African countries, which led to a continental report which was presented at the end of last year to the committee. So why am I presenting this methodology? Again, very briefly. Because knowing how these kind of projects is implemented actually reflects the fact that the plan is evidence-based. So going on the field actually allows the team to have a first-hand assessment and first-hand recollection of data and information of how the situation actually is. Also one other component that I think is very important to highlight, which was mentioned at the opening remarks by the CEO of Seychelles Post, is the fact that on the importance of raising awareness of the capability of the post. So as you can see, as part of these projects, we engage with at least 25 stakeholders on the field. So we go to the country. We work closely with the operator, of course, and with the government, and we meet a lot of stakeholders. And when we meet them, it's also very important this, let's say, interaction to raise awareness of the capabilities of the post. And all this process leads to to a final report. So if we move on to the next slide. So the report includes, so why is this important, and why am I mentioning the report itself? This is important to highlight because the report is not just, let's say, a compilation of facts and figures. It's not an academic report. It's an actionable plan, which actually contains clear and practical recommendations, as well as a very clear list of projects to advance the implementation of these recommendations. And also, it's very important to highlight that this list of projects also lists the responsible entities for the implementation of these projects, as well as the potential sources of funds for the implementation of these projects. So as you can see, this plan is an actionable plan, it's a results-based plan, because we also work with the stakeholders to develop a framework which is measurable and set up very achievable goals with a continuing monitoring system. So on that note, the UPU also provides the support of a PMO in order to do the monitoring and evaluation of the project. And the last very important component is that it also entails these resource mobilizations with clear strategies to unlock funds for the implementation of the projects. So if we move on to the next slide, please. So as I was mentioning, these projects the implementation of these projects has already started in 3 countries in the Caribbean. One of them being Barbados, the other one Trinidad and Tobago, and the last one that we have been working with is Jamaica. Also, we have received a lot of requests from several countries in the Caribbean for the implementation of these projects, being, for example, Belize and Grenada. So the way that these requests are put in place, so the governments of your countries has to send a letter to the DG requesting the implementation of these projects. It's also very important for me to highlight, as the representative of the ITU highlighted yesterday, on the importance of collaboration. So one of the reasons why we started implementing these projects in the Caribbean is because we established a partnership with the Caribbean Telecommunication Union at the beginning of last year. So as a result of that partnership, which main aim is to advance the digital transformation of the region, we started working with them along with the Inter-American Development Bank. And this is also important to highlight because I did mention that there is a resource mobilization component in these projects. So to summarize, this is an actionable plan. this is not just a report which is aimed at being shelved or just presented. This is a mechanism to address some of the key challenges that you raised yesterday. So I think with that, I would just, if we move on to the next slide. With that, I would just like to thank you, and of course we are here, and we will be more than welcome to hear from you to implement this project in your countries as well. And now open up the floor. I think that the representative from Barbados would like to take the floor.
I wish to say thank you to you and your team for the visit you had to Barbados. It was 6 persons attended, including yourself and Mrs. Zar and Gary Kalu from the Caribbean Telecoms Union. My takeaway from the process was you were able to assist us to determine what we were doing right, what we were doing not so right. So it gives us some confirmation of the things we were doing correctly, and you made suggestions on ways we could probably tackle problems from a different perspective. I'm a little scared to say much more since I haven't seen the report yet. This is a little overdue.
Yes.
So I wouldn't want to say anything that you would spank me on the wrist. But thank you very much for the assistance that the UPU has been given to the region and Barbados in particular. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Just a brief note on that. So the report has already been finalized and is under review. Is now with the, if I'm not mistaken, it's been through. So it's almost. Yeah, please.
Good morning also from my side. Apologies for my voice. I can confirm that the report is finished, and I hope I will be able to share with you the electronic version here tomorrow. Thank you.
No, thank you, sir.
Jamaica, please.
On behalf of the Jamaican DO and the government as well, I want to thank you for coming down, because just what Cecil highlighted, one of the one of the eye-opening things that you pointed out to us, because I was a part of the team that went around with you, and you're the wider for the UPU team. Some of the meetings, of course, I couldn't go because of who you were going to meet, and we understand that. But when you met with Mailpack, the head of Mailpack, which is a courier company, and you pointed out to us after that meeting that he's actually the chair of an association that we didn't know about, and they have over 200 members. You know, I mean, it's a real eye-opener for us. And as Barbados just said, we're looking forward to seeing the report, because I think it will show us a lot more than we thought there was, and will let us know the direction and how quickly we need to go in a particular direction. So from us, we are grateful, because just a few of the snippets that we had, that you point out to us, it's a real eye-opener for us in terms of the landscape that we are dealing with. So thank you for that one, and the team, and we look forward to the report soon.
Thank you. Trinidad?
Morning, everyone. Thanks for the floor. Our experience was a unique one. Juan and his team and myself, we had 27 meetings, if I remember correctly, Juan, in the space of 5-6 working days with different government agencies, different private sector agencies across the country. And even though our government does have things like a digital transformation ministry with a strategy for national transformation digitally, and e-commerce strategy, all of those things are being happening. The importance of POST to all of that was being taken for granted by the government. In other words, POST was invisible. If there's one thing that this effort from this team highlighted, it was that it put us back on the map in Trinidad and Tobago. So I would urge anyone in this room who's looking to secure the relevance of your post to the transformation of your country and your economies, that you should look into having an intervention for this transformation opportunity that the UP is providing. Because for us, it's an eye-opener, and it's also put the post back on the map with several government agencies and private sector operators in Trinidad and Tobago. So I want to thank the team and tell everyone here that it's worth the effort. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I actually have to thank also all the hospitality and all the hard work that we actually undertook together with Benji, with Carrie, and of course with George. So a word of appreciation for you as well. And I also forgot to mention we have the privilege here of having Manal Azar, which was one of the team members in the missions in Barbados and in Trinidad. So thank you for coming. So yes, we move on to the African Telecommunication Union, and then we move on to
Mauritius.
Mauritius, yeah.
Thank you very much, Juan, and quite an eye-opener. I speak now because I think the presentation is so good that it's taken nearly half of what I wanted to say later on today, which is a great thing. The point that I want to make is one that you have made in passing, which is the value of partnerships. I think there's so much going on in terms of research and data and on digital transformation and the need and what partners can do together. I must tell you that Africa has an unfair share of that research in the sense that everybody, virtually all development partners and organizations are getting information from Africa. And the point that I want to make is that it's sort of being done, unfortunately, in a rather competitive rather than a collaborative environment. Of course, credit taking goes with it, attraction of development funding and all that, which for me is unfortunate. Unfortunate in the sense that it duplicates the resources, it wastes, and so my plea, I know our international union, the ITU, as opposed to us, the regional unions, have done quite a bit of work on this in this area. Our mother organization, the African Union, with the African Digital. My only plea is that in the implementation of this program, if care could be given, and I'm sure it's already being considered, to partnerships, especially with organizations that are on the ground in terms of implementation. I think there's, you've mentioned the Caribbean Telecoms Organization, which for me is a great thing that you're partnering with a regional telecoms organization in terms of what they see in the Caribbean and how they can be of assistance in implementing this. So mine is to congratulate you, and I think it's a good thing if we can avoid duplication of resources, wastage, and work with organizations in terms of partnerships, organizations that are on the ground. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it.
Thank you so much, SG. Yes, and I'm also very happy that we have entered into this MOU with the ATU as well, and we have been working very hard in the cybersecurity policy for Africa as well with you. So I'm very keen to move forward and to strengthen this partnership as well. Thank you so much. Yes, Mauritius, please.
Thank you. What challenges have been encountered during the implementation of the postal reform plan, especially in the context of digital transformation?
Thank you so much for your question. So there are indeed several challenges. I mean, from from the start, as we mentioned, I mean, when we implement this project, we meet with several stakeholders, and of course, not all the stakeholders have the same view. So sometimes one of the challenges is try to find this common ground in order to advance joint objectives. Then some of the other challenges relate to these enabling layers that I've mentioned. I mean, of course, I would say in most of the countries, there is a lack of digital infrastructure. So of course, primarily you can find a very well developed and reliable digital infrastructure in urban areas, but when you go out to remote or rural areas, there is a challenge for the deployment of digital. Yeah, please.
Yeah, no, it's okay. What key performance indicators are being used to measure the success of the postal reform and digital transformation initiative?
Yes. So as I mentioned, the plan, although it's a framework, is customized to each specific country. So this means that of course the set of recommendations outlined in each of the let's say plans for each country is different. And based on the recommendations, we develop this concrete list of projects. So according to the nature of these projects is that we set up this or we develop this list of KPIs. And the way that we did, and the way that we do this is with the stakeholders we work with, because as I mentioned as well, this list of projects also indicates the responsible entities. So the way that we have been implementing this is that we go to the country, we assess the situation, then we deliver the report, and then we have a follow-up workshop in which we actually work with the different stakeholders in the country to actually develop this let's say proper plan. So we go through the list, and something that I did not mention is that the report also includes a matrix, so effort impact. So it's very important to indicate that the objectives outlined in each of these projects have to be achievable. So we undertake this prioritization process. So a summary, I know it's not providing a lot of information, but the thing is that it will depend on the country specifically. Okay. But just the last note, one very important point is that we work with all with the stakeholders in the country for the development of the KPIs, the monitoring and evaluation mechanisms as well. And as I also mentioned before, the UPU provides the support of this PMO to follow up with the implementation of the projects.
Okay, my last question is,
yes, please.
Can you share any notable achievements or milestone reached so far, so that we can introduce one in Mauritius, of course?
So these three specific projects we have started quite recently. So we are in the initial phase. So we would not be able to provide some of the results at this stage. Nevertheless, as I mentioned, these are two independent frameworks, and actually the IPDP has been implemented in 94 countries, if I'm not mistaken, and the digital transformation assessment has been implemented in 13 countries plus this continental report. What I would be more than delighted is to send you after these meetings some sort of summary of some of the results of these, let's say, independent frameworks, and related to these, let's say, three projects that I have just mentioned is actually too early now to say the results. Maybe just point out one of the some of the points made by some of the representatives of the value that they found already in this first, let's say, phase.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So yes, sorry, Jamaica.
Just by way of pointing out the value with this type of intervention, the one and the team met with the EU, IDB in Jamaica, and for example, there were, even though there weren't specific funds they had in their cabinet for POSTAL, but there were projects that would benefit the post that they thought they could fund depending on the concept, the whole issue of digitalization and so on. So they have that in their cabinet per se, that they could fund projects like that. But even though it's not specifically for the post, but because it is part of a wider digital transformation of the country, they would help you there. So just to reiterate and to support what Juan is saying, there's value in that, because funding that could help your organization and more importantly, the development of your country, it's there, but if you don't have these interventions, you don't know where to tap into them. So that is also an aspect I want to highlight, and we're really looking forward to what is going to come from this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Juan. Just to support what was said before by some Caribbean countries and also what you were saying, I think when countries are not involved in the IPDP or postal modernization process, it becomes quite overwhelming because, as Alexis said, it's a series of meetings. You have to meet with many stakeholders. But just for the benefit of Mr. Itu, if you would like to meet with us afterwards to discuss exactly how to launch this process, how to initiate the different steps. But at this stage, what I can say is the critical success factor for this type of activity is to have ownership, not just from the post. Of course, the post will initiate this process and lead it, but also if you have regulators within that country and also having government ministerial involvement. I have seen, particularly in Caribbean, where we have implemented a host of IPDP missions and processes, postal modernization, regulatory reviews. This is indeed one of the critical success factors for this. And as you heard from some Caribbean countries here, the success of it depends on having that strong team and ownership from these different stakeholders. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Well, with that, I would like to thank you again for your time, and I give you back the floor. Thank you.
Thanks, Juan, for that very comprehensive overview. I think it was Jamaica who mentioned through this process the awareness of potential powerful partnerships with private sector. Next, we're moving into some perspectives from the private sector among us, a part of our consultative committee. So I would like to please give the floor to Mr. Santosh Gopal from Ship to My ID.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you again for the Seychelles hosting this wonderful conference and all the delegates from different countries. So today I'm going to talk about how we can enable post offices to create new revenue streams. As you see the number, actually, can you go to the first slide, please? Next slide. So we did some analysis for all the SIDS countries, and we think there's a potential for around $2.7 billion of new revenue for the next 4 years. This is part of the presentation, what I wanted to talk about, and how Ship to My ID and Post Office could work together to create this revenue. Next slide. So what I presented yesterday, I was talking about various engagements, what we're having. It's actually not just a concept, it's real. On the left side, you could see our engagements with around 6 countries. with joint ventures of around $206 million. And I could see Mr. Richard from Madagascar already being there. He was one of the first ones to sign within 3 days of the presentation, and he thought it was a lot of value. On the right side, you'll also see the prospects, which are probably closing in the next 60 to 90 days. And this is something how we are progressing, and it's a simple logarithmic growth. The more partners, the more countries, the more benefits everybody will see. Next slide. So the way we engage with post offices, I'm sure yesterday a lot of people came and asked me these questions: what is the cost? What is the investment? In a way, what we're trying to do is provide as a service. We will bring our technology, we bring our IP, we work relationships with the merchants and businesses. We'll bring all those benefits to you. We certainly could use post office leverage. The only investment that post office needs to make is essentially to secure the data. A Ship2My is a third party, will not hold any data, any consumer citizen data, and that's something which has to be fortified by directly with the postal operators. And that's where we'll help and guide, but the ownership belongs to that part. So besides that capital investment of security, we don't expect much investment other than giving leverage and connections to the different governmental bodies. Next slide. So let's start with the addressing part. I did mention yesterday that addressing is foundation for all post offices delivery, and every country has different formats. And as I mentioned, to have one unified network, it's kind of impossible to ask every country to adopt one. So what we built is a framework which sits top of your own local country's framework. It could be S42, it could be GIS, or it could be third-party companies like Google Code or What3Words. It doesn't matter what you use. We build a layer on top of it. If you see here, the like Sarah C12, Olu11, or SOCO 16, they all are individual user IDs which has been created within the country. When you click on it, you get the local demographic and information about that particular user where he stays. You could also add landmarks in front of this temple, behind this gas station, in front of the school. All those landmarks can be added. You can also add pictures of the person and the directions of the parking. All of that can be included. Next slide. So when we started this journey middle of last year, we got a pretty great welcome from African Postal Union, especially Papu, and during the Arusha, the tower inauguration, they actually were very happy to give some of us, including Ignacio, who's going to be talking after me, on an MOU. And we are working on converting this MOU to actually contract. 6 of them countries already signed, and hopefully more, and we'll go live probably in 2 months. Next slide. Similarly, we had a MOU from Asia Pacific Cooperative Society. They're a group of 28 to 30 countries in Asia, and this is probably the largest in terms of population, with 4.5 billion people. And these are some of the daily calls we have with them to introduce and work with different countries within those regions. Next one. So we talked about addresses yesterday. What Ship2My does is, the way we send a text message, the way we send an email, we don't need to know where the recipient lives. We want to bring the same portability, interoperability, and ease of use in addresses. So ship to a cell phone, ship to an email, or even more important, ship to a unique ID so that there's no PII which can be used. We've built a lot of patent and IP around this for the last 10 years. Simple things like, how do I calculate sales tax, shipping cost, a customs fee, if I don't have an address? How do I make sure nobody gets spammed? When it's digital payment, if somebody sends money by mistake, we happily withdraw it. But if somebody sends nasty stuff to your home, you need protection. Simple things like, we'd love to have 10,000 followers in LinkedIn, Twitter, and Instagram. We don't want anybody to follow us in real life. The difference is the addresses. Next slide. So we talked about e-commerce. What could post office do to win the game? As I mentioned to you, there are 4 elements. There's a buyer who buys a product, and there's a checkout, and then the last mile is delivery. And so far, post office has been primarily focusing on the last mile delivery. But essentially, this is the game which needs to change and shift left. Post office today has the largest last mile network, reaching every home, every address in the entire part of the world. At the same time, they have access to the citizens. What we are trying to do is, how do we build relationship with the product companies? And in fact, under the leadership of Walter and Alex, we're trying to see how we can bring those large global brands as part of UPU Consultative Committee itself. and giving them benefits and why they should work with post office is not just about logistics benefit, it's about access to 7.5 billion people. For any of these transactions to happen, you need all these dots to connect, and post office could be the intermediary connecting all these dots so that you protect the consumers and citizens' data. At the same time, you give brands enough data for them to make very personalized offers and have this engagement. Next slide. So here I mentioned about two elements of product discovery and what to buy and where to buy. And why is this important? Today, every e-commerce transaction begins with a knowledge of what to buy. It can come in two ways. For example, if I say there's a hailstorm coming tonight in Seychelles, hopefully not, but then first thing you do is search for room heaters, search for raincoats, search for umbrellas. These cookies get released by Google, and then you start seeing those advertisements, and it stays for a few weeks till you find some other search. And there are a lot of spying, spoofing with your permission, without your permission mostly, and this data is getting more and more difficult and kind of illegal as well. And at the same time, your apps, which push your data, like Facebook, Instagram, they keep on sending advertisements. And this money is spent by your merchant in your country, and you may not be aware of it. And our intention is to bring at least 25% of this money back to the post offices. Next slide. So this is the worldwide spend of 2024. $820 billion estimated to spend on social media for advertisements. These are just digital ads. These are not the big boards or radios and televisions. These are personalized ads which comes to your cell phone and your emails. It's just about that. And it's supposed to be $1 trillion, and that's why it becomes more important to handle. Next slide. So these are some of the research our team has done for the last few weeks. Not 100% everything is accurate, but what we did was we looked at some group of islands, we picked up one island and prorated the data. A lot of these numbers are fairly accurate. And as I mentioned on the green on the left side, Madagascar has already signed the contract, and it was promised by Mauritius that by the end of this contract they'll sign, and hopefully Mariela said we'll definitely sit and talk and close on this paper. It's more important that we all take actions. And of course, choose what is right for you, but this is where we are working towards that part. And these numbers may look a little skewed, because there's one little country called Singapore which holds almost 40% of this entire business, and second followed by Dominican Republic. So besides this part, there are potential for different countries. And these are not numbers thrown out of the air. These are the actual spend happening in direct marketing only. There's more revenue streams. There's actual spend happening in direct marketing in your country, and that's what it totals to. Next slide. So let's talk about digital advertisements. Now, I'm sure yesterday I asked this question on how many contacts you have. I'll have a different question for all of you. How many of you have at least 3 apps like Instagram, YouTube, Facebook, WhatsApp, LinkedIn? At least 3 apps. Almost everybody. At least have you spent 1 hour in last 2 days using any of these 3 apps cumulative? Again, most. How many of you can remember at least 2 advertisements, what you saw by name, and what they sell and where to buy them? I guess nobody. And I've barely met people on that part. That's because you don't go to these apps to buy, to see advertisements. On an average, Facebook and Instagram sends almost 50 to 60 advertisements in 1 hour. YouTube does almost 20 to 25. YouTube is an interesting story. They collect money from consumers saying, you don't have to see ads. And they collect money from brands to say, I will show your ads. And they make money both ways. So Facebook also has another issue of conversion. And the Meta, these are public numbers, they say for 100 impressions, that means 100 advertisements pushed, 1 click happens. For every 10 click, 1 transaction happens. It essentially means merchants in your country are getting no benefits for 999 transactions. They just wait for that 1 transaction that happens. And that's one of the big challenges in conversion. Next. And the second bigger problem which is happening almost everywhere is GDPR. Facebook, example, got sued by Irish government last year because they asked only 3 questions. Are you tracking our people? And the answer was yes. Did you ask their permission? No. Did you give them an opt-out option? No. $500 million slammed on them because they were showing advertisements based on people's behavior online. And since Apple started giving this option, whether to use when this app, follow you when you use this app once or always, almost $1 trillion got wiped off from marketing. Because that's a huge, I mean, not marketing dollars, but market caps. There's a little difference in that. And that's a reality. In fact, one of our advisor is JP Morgan Chase's ex-digital head. He says, Santosh, we get almost thousands of applications every day for credit card. 70% get rejected. But I still had to keep those documents for 7 years because people can come back and ask me. But during this time, if anybody hacks into our data, then we have to pay those merchants. We have to pay to all those consumers. So data retention, data sharing, data collection, and minimal data. There's a lot of issues which are going on with GDP. And of course, it's beneficial for customers, but that makes it very hard for business to survive. Today, in fact, sending one electronic email to a new prospect who is not an existing customer could also be considered as a violation of GDPR. Next slide, please. So we solved these two problems about conversion and about data privacy in a slightly different way. Before applications like Uber came in, the drivers on the left side were waiting for passengers and passengers were waiting for drivers. Sometimes you may be just standing for 20 minutes, you see a taxi coming in, and suddenly you see a lady on the left side, she comes in and she waves her hand, she gets a taxi because taxi in her direction. And you have to wait. What Uber did was an amazing thing. They said drivers just find the safest place to park. And then they empowered the consumers to make the decisions. So consumer decides where they are, where they want to go, which car they want, and when they want to go, and the transaction originates. So this has increased a lot better matching and conversions. We use something very similar for advertisement. Instead of showing all advertisements to everybody every time they log in, we ask, and there are a lot of data collection which happens in the back end, and they all try to guess what is the user want to buy. The only person who would know what the user wants to buy or what I want to buy is myself. So I go into an app, I select what I want, what kind of products I want, which brands from I want, and when do I want, and only those ads shows up. And that conversion, when we did in pilot with Estee Lauder, McDonald's, and Coffee Cafe, which is like Starbucks in India, we got 200 times better results than Facebook. Next slide, please. We also moved to a stage where we can enable any transaction with no name, no email, no contacts, no addresses. So essentially, your digital ID becomes your universal gateway for every transaction. So this way, we don't even need information, personally identifiable information. There's a difference between personal data and personally identifiable data. Personal data could be, I'm a male, but I'm not the only one. But if I say my full name, my email, my phone number, there's probably only one person who's me. So we use demographic data, not personally identifiable information, to do transformations. Next slide. And the third important transformation is happening not necessarily through us, but we could influence that part, is the marketplaces. Everybody's aware of the large marketplaces. Today, almost marketplaces drive almost 50 to 55% of global e-commerce, especially in the cross-border as well. And there are some challenges with this part because, next slide. Here, the marketplaces charge anywhere from 15% to 50%. Can you go to the next slide, please? The commissions charged by this marketplace is almost 15 to 50%. Essentially, marketplace is a broker that has two jobs. It's a brokerage job, collect money and make sure delivery happens. And this 15 to 50% is only the first part, which is the commissions. As much as there's a free delivery, it's all included, padded into the cost. There's no free lunch, there's no free delivery. And this is very important to understand. If you go back and look at the history, 20 years ago, there was a competition between Walmart and Target. And then came Amazon. And now everywhere there's a marketplace. Among these partners, who could win? Very hard to predict, but I strongly believe the model will change. Every time there's a large competition, a different model comes in, different way of engagement starts in. Next slide. So this is where we are coming to, that the e-commerce, today's e-commerce, will give way to direct-to-consumer commerce. What it means is today all the brands are trying to engage with consumers. And consumers and citizens like us, we're not looking to buy Amazon, Jumia, Lazada, or Flipkart or Walmart. We're interested to buy Sony, Samsung, Shiseido, Chanel, Nike. We want those brands and products We don't care who sells it as long as there's reliability in delivery. And same thing the brands want to do. Like Sony, when we had this meeting with Sony in Dubai, they said they sell 30,000 TV every day in North Africa, but they have zero clue on who are these people, because marketplaces don't share that information to them. And the best way to engage, even if it's McKinsey report, look at any report which talks about direct-to-commerce, every brand wants to shift to direct-to-consumer commerce. Next slide. You could see Nike. The Nike CEO was my ex-boss, who was the head of eBay. When he came to Nike, it was 18% direct-to-consumer. In 3 years, they moved to 30%. Now they moved to 50%. Look at the top two global brands like Unilever and Procter & Gamble. They all are trying to reach consumers. They strongly believe that we should be there where consumers are, because the product cost is less, and if I give 30% to the brokers, it becomes even more difficult. And this is an opportunity, because the only organization which has access to every citizen, every consumer, is Post Office. And this is where we can come in to create this opportunity for direct-to-commerce. Next slide. So what we are doing essentially is we are creating a dedicated advertisement app for every country. We will launch it on behalf of each postal organization. All the consumer data will be stored with only the Post Office. Like in this case, with respect to the host, we had shown demonstration of a Seychelles Post app. And this app is where we'll work with, in your country, your merchants, and get them on advertisement. I wish the gentleman from ITU was here, because the telecom is the biggest spender in Africa. They're almost 12 to 15% of the money is almost close to $300 to $400 million is spent by telecom to acquire new customers. And we could certainly see how we could talk to ITU to use their marketing spend on respective countries' post offices to get that money. Next slide. In 30 seconds, sorry, in 1 minute, I'll show you how you could generate a good amount of money. And can you please play the video? Click on that, on the green one. This is the user of the post. Is it working? Or I could skip. So this was a demonstration for a video for 1 minute, how a consumer logs into the system. There are many categories of product, from cosmetics to sports to personal electronics. You select a category. Within that category, you select multiple brands. And within those brands, only those offers come. Today in Facebook and YouTube, you have 20 seconds to decide. If you don't buy, you cannot get back the ad, because every time they're designed to create new ads. And here you can save an ad, you can favorite it. You can have, the best part is that you can have direct engagement between the merchant and the brand. If you favorite an ad and wait for it, probably 7 days later, before the ad expires, Sony can send you an offer that I'm giving you 15% additional discount just to you. And the best part is, you know who are the brands, and brands will never know you. The only way they can communicate is through the global ID, which is your unique ID. And tomorrow you don't want it, it's easy. This is not just useful for consumers, but just imagine a snapshot. If I say there are 100,000 people in Seychelles, and at one point I could simply take a data from the dump and say there are 15,000 people who are looking for a cruise today or vacations over here. There are 3,000 people looking for shoes, 2,000 of which are looking for Nike, 50 are looking for Puma. They could be, we could simply say, look at an Indian restaurant and say in 3 kilometers radius, there are 45 people interested, have dinner tonight on Indian food. This is the only platform where you can generate leads without doing a campaign. Every other platform in the world, you have to define a program, define your target audience, run the campaign, wait for 15 days to figure out how many leads are generated. Here, leads are generated without any campaign. It's okay if we can skip the video, but go to the next slide, please. So this campaign, this app is primarily, we work something called roles, responsive, and revenue share. There'll be different aspects covered. Yeah, you can just go to the next slide. It's okay. So while creating this app, a consumer registers themselves. They upload their picture. They upload the picture of the house and the directions to park. And when people really, coming back to this slide would have generated almost $5.40 in 1 minute, 20 seconds. The video had 2 clicks, 2 share, 1 favorite, and 1 message, and actually purchase the transaction. So if there are 100,000 people, of which even 20,000 people in Seychelles get registered, and these people do just 1 transaction a month, you're talking about 20,000 into 5 is almost around $1 million just in 1 month, and in 12 months you could talk about $12 million. So the more and more transactions happen, you play a role. And this does not involve any shipping yet. But because it's coming through post office have the first right of shipping. Next slide. And this also helps MSMEs, because if you really see today, small merchants cannot afford to advertise. They don't even know how to advertise. Here, we can help them. We have built tools where you just put the information and the advertisement gets created by AI. And this advertisement is run. We don't charge them till they get a qualified lead. Today, 80% of transactions in larger marketplaces happen by only 20% of suppliers. That means 80% of suppliers in all these organizations are struggling, and we can help them get into that part. And here, small restaurants, small haircutting salons, laundries, all of them could get benefit from this. In one country, all they're doing is we are sending a QR code to each merchant by postcard. They scan the QR code, they come into the system. Within 3 days, they can start advertising without any cash. Next slide. So this is where I mentioned about verified user, verified consumer. And if postman could go to their house and look at their driving license and verify them, and that becomes the biggest KYC. Next slide. Our intention is to make post office the biggest consumer hub. As I mentioned, there's only one organization which can contain an identity verification and current address is post office. If there's every lookup, if somebody wants to apply for rental, somebody wants to take a car loan, somebody wants to take a mortgage, any of those things, you want to create a bank account, this first thing is done verification, which is who are you and where do you stay? And with an API in 10 seconds, the business which is verifying can get all the information about the consumer with permission. And this is a huge business. As I said yesterday, Western Union charges $30 to $40 per citizen for KYC. But KYC can fail the moment the person changes house. But with post office system being a single source of truth, that's the best ultimate source for every verification. In India, they do 80 million lookups every day on ID. Even if 50 cents, you're making silently $40 million every day. And of course, the SIDS are little smaller countries. The idea is to coming together, you're as big as in India as well. I think, next slide, I'm pretty much done. This is not a one-day program. It takes 2 to 3 years to get there. And we designed it in a way that first, let's build relationship. Let's get the merchants. Let's start working on direct marketing. Let's make money and slowly use this money to build more things. Thank you. Any questions? Well, I'll be here around. Feel free to come and ask me any questions. Happy to help. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Santosh. Don't forget, we have a coffee break coming up shortly, so if you have any questions or you want to take the discussion offline, it's a great opportunity to do so. Next, we have another member of our consultative committee, Mail Americas. We have the Vice President of Sales for Europe and Africa coming to speak to us a little bit about their programming.
Not a nice picture. Please put the presentation. Also the same time, yeah. So I'm here with Mail Americas. Thank you very much for having me. Thank you, Mariela and the Seychelles Post for organizing this, and of course the UPU Consultative Committee for engaging and allowing us to be here. In Mail Americas, we are a logistics supplier. We have been on the business for around 20 years. we started with what we call publications, printed matter, kind of National Geographic magazines, etc., about 20 years ago from the US. And over the time, we started moving into the e-commerce side of the business. 10, 12 years ago, e-commerce started being a trend, started being the major product demanded in the world. So what we started to do is developing that side of the business by getting different warehouses. We are located now in China, Hong Kong, the US, the UK, and Europe, where we receive parcels from perhaps the biggest players in the world, and we ship mostly into Latin America, where we have our core business for around 4 million parcels a month. And next slide, sorry. Another. This is a little bit about our history. Can I take this out? Is it okay? No? Yeah? How do I? Thanks. This is a little bit about our history. As you can see, we started in '91 in the US and come a very long way since that. You may recognize, for example, we're here at Mauritius Boats. We have been partners over 10 years. You may recognize Kainiao, that's the logistic arm for Alibaba, Amazon, Ethiopian Airlines, who are here as well. So over the years, what we have done is specialize into emerging markets. We found that since we are a company from Latin America, we're from Argentina, we are very good with changes. We are very good with legislations, changes on governments, issues, problems, and lots of stuff. So when we started with Latin America, we encountered that literally every country is a continent itself. So we needed to do a lot of work in order to provide the better service for as long as possible and to adjust as fast as possible to the different trends and the different changes. Next slide, please. So this is a little bit about us nowadays. We send around 4 million parcels a month into mostly Latin America. And about 3 years ago, we started developing the Africa network and the Middle East network. So nowadays, our major destinations are here. Hopefully, when we sit here in next year, I could put 1 or 2 flags of the Africa continent or Middle East, which is kind of my personal target. And next, please. As I said, what we specialize in is emerging markets. Sorry, next slide, please. We specialize in emerging markets, so after developing the full Latin America network, we had to decide, okay, where to expand. Europe, US, Canada, UK, Australia are kind of too developed for us. So we started developing Africa and Middle East. So our model is quite simple. What we do is we are a logistic supplier. So we move things from A to B. We are integrated to the largest platforms in the world. So we are already serving and they're already interconnected to us. What we do for them is provide them cross-border e-commerce. And what we do basically is when we start to open a new country, that it could be because of our own research or because the customers demand it, we start always with the post office. We start engaging them, we start talking to them and seeing the possibility of making a bilateral agreement. Because what we do, as a little bit I said yesterday, what we do is partnerships. And in a partnership, it goes with both ways. It's not that you come to demand something or to impose something. In a partnership is where both parties need one another. So basically what we do is we bring our experience, we bring our technology and our way to do business, and what we bring also to the table is that we know what the big players or the customers want to have in that country. And from the post, we require very important things. First of all, national coverage, which is kind of a thing that only the post maybe can provide. And you'll be surprised because many of the customers, if you want to offer them a network which is limited only to main cities, they say, no thanks, I need national coverage. You cannot not offer me that. So the post has a very important advantage there in the national coverage, and also maybe the most important thing is the experience. No one is going to know more about a country than the post office of that country. And I'm talking not only into rules and regulations with customs, I'm talking about the trends and the way people live and what people want, and if it wants to deliver to the pickup or to the office or to the door, and if there is a possibility to deliver to the door, and the postal structure, and lots of things that only the post can provide. So that's our way to do business. We engage the post office, we enter into discussions, we negotiate, of course, the most competitive rates to offer to a market where sometimes it's flooded by private companies. And with that, we develop together a business model, and we offer it to the customers. If the customers want more, we try to push the limits of the post. The post pushes our limits because we have to do a lot of the work to get the parcels into destination. So, as I said, it's a partnership. It is two associates doing the best to get the most volume possible and to deliver it in the best possible time. Please, next slide. This is a little bit about our customers. Given your region, you may recognize Amazon, Americanas, if you're into Brazil, AliExpress, Pitney Bowes in the US, Wish, Mercado Libre in Argentina, a little bit of every continent. Next slide, please. And we have, I don't know what the PDF is like this, okay, but it's kind of cut. This is something that we developed for the Africa continent, which the biggest problem that we encountered a couple of years ago, thank you, is that the customers didn't have much volumes to send, either from the UK or from China. So they were not covering the minimum requirements from the airlines to get it to Zambia, Botswana, Zimbabwe, whatever country in Africa. So what we developed alongside our partners of Ethiopian Airlines is a regional hub. So what we basically do is we consolidate everything in China, UK, or the US in one of our warehouses, and now Europe, which we are launching probably next month from volumes to Africa. We consolidate every country there, we send it to Addis Ababa airport, and from there, we make the second leg, a short second leg, a cheap and competitive second leg into final destination. And that gave us a really good advantage because instead of having the parcels consolidating 4, 5, 6 weeks at origin, we gave the customers the possibility to merge everything, consolidate everything, and send it to us. You may be surprised, but this is something that the post offices are using for us. And has given a very good advantage. We have developed the same in Miami. So a lot of islands that are near the US on the Caribbean are also getting volumes from that hub. Next slide, please. Again, we are UPU members for a couple of years now, part of the consultative committee. It's a very huge initiative to join the committee and be part of all of these meetings, to get to know all of the posts, to get to know what they need. Sometimes they come for us for help, and we try to develop the network. Sometimes we can. Sometimes the conversations are quite dragged along the time, but we are very glad to still be part. Next slide, please. And perhaps maybe one of the things that we learned from the UPU itself was this, which was the main reason why we cannot target or engage the post offices is that the letter post volumes, and this is a report from the UPU, has been decreasing a lot over the years. And there has been some factors, you could call COVID, you could call different legislations and regulations, but one of the main factors that made the letter post drop is the terminal dues. The terminal dues nowadays, I'm afraid, are very expensive and very off-market. They are, compared to private solutions, sometimes 2 or 3 times more expensive. And if you compare the services, maybe even the service you are providing is not only more expensive, but also sometimes slower. So that's something that hit a lot the post offices, and that is why we negotiate with the post offices, and we try to agree on of course, a rate that it's profitable for the post, but also gets them back in the game to compete with the private players. Next slide, please. Santosh, I was going to pass this because we are not in the Pan-African Postal Union, but now I have to explain. This is something that, again, the consultative committee encouraged at the PAPU conference last year in Tanzania. And what we did is basically we signed a memorandum of understanding that, almost everyone of the consultative committee that was there, what we made is a commitment with the Pan-African Postal Union that we will try to do our job as best as possible to help all of the post offices in the Pan-African Post Unions, even though it may give us revenue or not. We will do our best to try to get them back in the game in their own countries to compete with the private companies. And on his side, Chief Moyo, the president of the Pan-African Postal Union, ensured us that we have his full attention and his full backup in order to engage the post and to get a very good explanation of our business model and how to operate. So then again, it was a very good meeting and a very good initiative by the consultative committee. Next slide, please. And I wanted to talk about very quickly about how we do business and our 2 business models. We do business, as I said, with a bilateral agreement, and then by providing our technology, our APIs, our knowledge of what the customers needs, but also by hearing from the post offices what they need. They need to have the pre-alert, they need to have in a certain way, they need to manifest, to tell to customs, to send whatever they need in the format they need to have the label rearranged, they need to receive information 1 week in advance. So there are a lot of changes that we made specifically for each country. If you sort per neighborhood, if you sort per province or whatever, and if you need the bags sorted before sent, that's something that we do and that we try to be as efficient as possible in order to save as much cost as possible for the post offices. And what we basically do is try to regain volume from the private players by offering a competitive service at a competitive rate. That's our core business. Our second business, next slide, please. Next slide, please. Is what we call to create new volumes into the country. And this is a model that we call virtual addresses. As I said yesterday, into some countries, maybe most of the ones present here, there are marketplaces that do not get there. So, for example, take Amazon, eBay, Alibaba, or whatever you think that your country doesn't get. You sometimes need to make a purchase, send it to a locker in the US, pay DHL, pay FedEx, or whatever, and that comes very expensive. So the model that we developed, and it's been quite successful, by the way, is that when you have to ship, you enter to Amazon, go to Amazon UK, go to Amazon US, go to eBay in China, and instead of trying to ship it to your country, that might not be a possibility, you ship it to our warehouse. We have a warehouse in London, in Spain, in the US, in China. So you ship it to our warehouse, we consolidate, make the warehouse, make the line haul, and give it to you, to the post office, for custom clearance and last mile. So our basic strategy is Belize Post brings you Amazon. Madagascar Post brings you eBay. How do you do it? Click here, ship to this address, and we'll do the rest. And you will find that the saving in costs is up to sometimes 30, 40, or 50 US dollars just by consolidating all of the volumes in our warehouse. So I believe that that generates new volumes that are now going through DHL, FedEx, or other suppliers only because the people is not aware that they can consolidate all together. So I believe this is a very interesting solution that can get the post competing with other players by bringing them a very competitive and a very good solution. Next slide, please. Another thing, and with this I want to finish, is that I've heard that a lot of posts here have their own marketplace, which is a very good thing. Belize told us yesterday about gathering the domestic vendors into one platform. And since we have been doing this for a while, we have connections not only with the marketplaces, but also with the sellers, because the sellers use our services too. So basically, what we have is around 1,000 sellers in China, I'll say 300 in the US and 100 in the UK, which can be connected to your platform, to your marketplace, in order to add their catalogs there and make international inbounds into your country. So that is more traffic for your website, for your marketplace, and also, of course, more sales for the sellers, and more logistics for Mail Americas. So we call that a win-win-win. Next slide, please. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for your time. I hope I didn't bore you so much, and I'll be here after Jill's talks for the coffee break. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Next, we have another member of our consultative committee who will talk a little bit about some potential collaborations. We have with us the CEO of Tech Forum for Isotech. So I would invite you to the stage to make your presentation, please.
Good morning. I'm particularly proud to and honored to be sponsor and speaker for this SIDS forum. I would like to thank the UPU for allowing industrial partners like EasyTech International to join the UPU through the CC member group. And a big thank you also goes to Mariella Busson, the CEO of Seychelles Post, for persuading me to come to this beautiful place. My name is Gilles Poderos. I'm French. I have been working in the postal industrial market for 25 years. Started as commercial director for Pitney Bowes in different countries, then worked as consultant for some private postal services, and since 2014 I have been with EasyTech International for firstly as commercial director and now as CEO and shareholder. Next slide. At EasyTech International, we assist both public and private postal services, as well as e-commerce players with their sorting and traceability challenge through software and hardware solutions. Our solutions are well suited for small and medium-sized countries, providing efficiency way to sort envelope, parcel, and track their movement digitally. We have 5 subsidiaries in Europe and Africa, along with a network of partners worldwide. We are currently on over 40 projects with various postal services. When asked to speak, I wondered how I could contribute to professionals like you in the mail and parcel industry, how I help you increase volume and improve service quality. Then I found a solution. Why not ask ChatGPT? Next slide. When I asked I asked ChatGPT, how can we improve the quality of postal services? Here's what it said. To improve postal services quality, operator can optimize delivery time, modernize infrastructure, track and manage complaints, collect and analyze data, provide employee training. By implementing this measure, postal operator can offer better services to their user. After reviewing this solution, I realized that our EasyPick and EasyTrack software solution can address 4 out of the 5th point, while the hardware solution can cover the 5th point. In short, if you are looking to enhance the quality of your postal services to increase volume and reduce the need for private competitor, we have software and hardware solution to assist you. Next slide. Next slide. Next. Yeah, this is the explanation. As a software developer, EasyTech International aims to develop integrated solutions that help streamline your sorting and traceability process and digitalize your operation. Today's customer demand real-time traceability and information. If you cannot provide this service, you risk losing business to e-commerce giant or private delivery companies. E-commerce presents both opportunity and risk. And without investment and adaptation, the risk is a decline in universal postal services together with decreasing envelope volume. Next slide, please. Yeah, this is a summary of the different software that can be used in your sorting center. Next slide, please. Regarding hardware solution, we specialize in small and medium business size. I will focus on solutions suitable for small business, such as sort-to-light, fast scanner, and glove scanner. Next slide. On this first slide, you will see 2 examples of put-to-light furniture. It is a simple sorting head where scanning a parcel with a glove scanner lights up, indicating where to place the parcel. Once the bag is full or at the end of sorting, pressing the light button prints the bag label. Connected to the sorting plan and automatically fed by manifest, sorting has never been simpler, faster, and more error-free with full traceability. Operators are quickly trained with no mental burden, simply but with minimal equipment. You will see now 2 videos if it works. You can launch the video. There is some issue with video today. So we'll maybe share the video later, or we'll have the video with the link, I don't know. So maybe go to the next slide. It's also a video, so maybe it doesn't work as well. Oh, this one is working. So they scan just, there is some noise also normally. We scan some envelope, there is a light, and then we can sort directly. It's a sort to light solution. And there is some alarm also with some infrared sensor to verify that the operator is doing the job correctly. Thank you. Next slide. Additionally, for data registration in the system, we offer a solution for scanning and weighing parcel. With a fast scanner, the goal is to streamline the processing of incoming, outgoing, and or circulating parcel in your country by concentrating our experience for major parcel sorting center into a minimalist and affordable solution where everything is centralized. Based on barcode or address reading and various criteria, postal, custom, or otherwise, the system acts according to your expectation to register and sort parcel up to 1,200 parcels per hour. There is also a video here, yeah. You can see running the system. There is a barcode reader on the top. We can read the barcode and then we can sort there. And we sort and in the same time we register in IPS or in all the system, IT system you want to register. On this slide, you will find a summary of what I've explained, with a complete processing flow for small postal office. We have also included intermediate station like scale for weighing bag, X-ray scanner, or manual processing table. This mini parcel sorting center solution is scalable, quickly installed, and once again affordable for small starting from volume starting from 1,000 parcels per day on average. It's also a way to regain or seek volume in transit. Moving on this slide, this is for medium-sized post office. We offer more automation solution with machine speed up to 4,000 parcels per hour and full automatic sorting without any manual intervention. Here's a photo of a project delivered in 2022 to Moroccan Post for inspection and anomaly rejection. Lastly, here's a photo of a medium-sized site installed in Tunisia in 2023. It is at Tunis Carthage Airport. It is an e-commerce project managing inbound and outbound flow. Thank you for your attention. If you are considering modernizing your post office, please feel free to contact me. We deliver a turnkey project within a reasonable budget and timeline, offering optimized and scalable solution based on extensive international experience. Unfortunately, I won't be able to stay until the end of the forum. You will find my contact detail on the last slide here, and I will leave some brochure and business card outside. Thanks you again, and I look forward to working with you. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you, Mr. Poderos, and also thank you to all speakers for this very informative session this morning. So now we will go to the coffee break, and then when we come back, we will hear from the PTC. So we will come back in this room at 15 minutes past 11. This mid-morning session, we will listen to several presentations, beginning with a presentation from the PTC. Then we will go into some country best practices from Seychelles and Mauritius. And we'll also be listening to a video presentation from our DRM expert from the IB. So I would like to introduce David Afsek to the stage, please.
Good morning. Good morning. So for this section, I have planned quite a few items on the agenda. My objective is not to, turn the assembly to expert in half an hour. It's really to give you an outlook of some technologies from us or some services from us that you haven't heard of yet. So many of you are using IPS and CDS. There will not be too much of that in my presentation. It might be things that you don't know yet. If we can move to the next slide, please, to look at the agenda. So there will be six topics that I want to cover. And again, it's to raise awareness. I will not go too much into details, but to give you an overview of those technologies. If we can have the slide. The first thing I will describe is the DPS Trackit, which is a mobile application for first and last mile. I'm just waiting for the slides before I move on. Yeah, okay. I'm told to continue without the slides, so bear with me. So DPS Trackit, what it is, for you at least to deploy, it's only a mobile application. All the rest of the complexity, all the background systems are managed by us directly in the PTC. What is powering this mobile app is the DPS itself, a small version of the domestic postal system that we have released last year. And it's really for you to be able to collect, pick up, and also deliver information from the field. Yes, next slide, please. I'm already on the next. So what you can do with the app, and again, that's the only technology you have to deploy, a simple access to the Google Play Store to get access to the app and install it on a mobile device, and then you're live. Then your postal agent going on the field, they can record basically the EMA event and the EMHNI event, so the first and last mile. Behind it, of course, the transaction gets recorded in the DPS itself, and also they get pushed to your IPS. So all this integration, you don't have to worry. It's in place already. It's something that we provide out of the box. All the servers are hosted on the cloud. So here again, nothing to deploy, only the mobile app. And with that come, of course, a performance report on QCS about your daily performance in particular. Very important to note that's a very light technology to be offering you the possibility of being compliant with the decisions of the last Congress in Riyadh last year, making the mandatory track delivery service. Next slide, please. On the next slide, we have a typical scenario, how it can be used for pickup. What's interesting here is to show that you can organize all the collection of data for item pickup without too much involvement, because With the CDS technology, for example, and the different flavors that we have, so the kiosk on the mobile app, you can push the capture for EAD to your customers. So basically, they will capture the customs declaration themselves. Then, thanks to DPS Track It, you will come and pick up the item and scan the collection event, the EMA event. And in the background, when it goes to the mail center, this information gets consolidated. The EMS EVT-A is sent, the ITMAT is sent. And so basically, with a simple scan with a mobile device, you have your staff has done all the work for item collection without, again, too much effort. If we look on the next slide on the delivery process, that's even more straightforward because you're already used to with your IPS or IPS.post. You will scan the EMD, so arrival in the country, and then with the mobile device, you can scan the delivery event. Something that was in the previous slide, but I didn't mention, when capturing the delivery, because you have a mobile device equipped with a camera, you can also attach a picture, so show that the item was delivered in good conditions, for example, and also eventually take a picture in case of non-delivery to show, for example, that the box doesn't fit in the mailbox or something like that, or that the person was absent. So again, very simple technology, very light and easy to deploy, and a first step into the DPS landscape. On this slide, you have the architecture. Again, to illustrate what I said before, only the mobile app, the bottom left corner, is the only thing that you have to deploy. The DPS server is with us on the cloud, and the integration with your IPS or CDS, whatever the flavor, it could be an IPS local, it can be an IPS.post, or it could be an IPS cloud. We do this integration. So all the plumbing, let's say, to transmit the EDI standard is out of the box without worrying about it. So that's for Track It. Now if we go to the DPS itself, so the full software, the full domestic postal system, which again is available since last year. So what it is, DPS, as the name says, is for domestic mail, domestic processing of international mail as well, but really for domestic operations. If you go to the next slide, the keyword here on that slide is the modularity of the system. It has been designed, it's really designed as a modular architecture, taking into consideration that we are very well aware that domestic processing and your domestic products could be particular in each country. By essence, it's not part of the UPO regulations. So we may face difference both in the product definition and in the way you manage your operations. So with that in mind, we have developed a system that is very, very flexible, where you can configure your own workflows and your own products without having to ask us for specific software development every time. So it's the same software, but by configuration, you can actually change a lot. So modularity is one of the keywords here. Of course, integration with IPS CDS in the background, because this is a system for domestic mail, but also for processing the domestic part of international mail. So again, going into the first and last mile. And also a very open system in terms of integration. It comes with really a large number of APIs. So it means that, well, we heard some of them this morning already, software vendors can integrate with it and complement the UPO offer with very specialized either hardware or software services. Pricing, okay, it can get a little bit scary, the figures that are on the screen, but really for you, you will most likely be at the bottom end of the range because what we use for the pricing here is first the package of users you need. So very often you are a small organization, so you need a small user pack. And also with the UPU economists, they have developed an indicator, an index that we use for the prices for the DPS. And that index is not the GNI anymore. It's not just the economy of the country. It's really more the GNI applicable to the postal organization. So it's really the size of your business as a postal organization that influence the costing. Now, if we look on the next slide, the overall map of UPU solutions for the supply chain, you see that DPS continues to complement the range of product we have. IPS and CDS, they are mostly in postal facilities for international mail, so Office of Exchange typically. CDS, okay, it has a front end also for the customers to capture the declaration, as I said before. And then DPS comes more in the domestic network, domestic centers, sorting centers, and the post office. In the next part of the presentation, I will talk about the point of sales, which is still the missing block that we are going to develop starting this year. And with that, we will have the full range of technologies all the way to delivery and accessing your customers. Next slide, please. I will not go through the full list of functionalities. I highlighted here in blue some that I think are quite relevant to expose today. One is the customer database and customer management. That's pretty much one of the starting block that for some of you are missing today, is to have the possibility to record information about your customers, particularly returning customers, for compliance issue, but also for plenty of things, marketing, also to save time when capturing the transaction that the customer makes. So definitely you have a customer database within the system. Then, and I touched that briefly before, you have the possibility to manage your own domestic products, so to clearly record the definition, of course pricing, but also the definition of the postal product. Taking note that also the DPS will be the basis for the future point of sale. You will have the possibility to record all the products. We know that some post are turning into, some post office are turning into small supermarket. You can buy plenty of small items in the post office. You will be able to manage your stock and your price and your products in the application. And again, the workflows. So how you get organized to process domestic mail. You have a workflow management system in the DPS to help you to configure exactly how you are organized, what are the different scans you do, in what locations, and then the system adapts automatically for providing you the relevant functionalities to capture the scans. So that's out of the box. Next slide, please. What's coming next, because we have made a first release last year, now we are finishing the first service pack. And one of the key features coming with the service pack, well, is to match what I said before. The flexibility comes with the needs for report. You will all need to see some data in a different way. So knowing that, and with the experience we have from IPS CDS, we prefer to give you the possibility to configure your own reports. So basically you have access to a configuration layer. You don't need to know exactly, precisely the database, but we help you to design your own report and to have all the views, all the statistics that you need for your business. So that's coming in the service pack. The DPS itself, if we go to the next slide, yes, thank you. I think you skip, yes, no, go before, please, because there's still the POS. One before, yes. The extension to DPS that is on the agenda for this year development is the point of sale system. So that's really the last bit you need to have, is the technology in the front desk, in the post office, when your staff interacts with customers. So here we are starting, but again, the big support for it is DPS itself. So the background system will be DPS. The POS will be just the front end. In the scope for this year, at the moment, that's what we are considering, but we are open to discuss with you, depending on your interest and priority. We can change a bit. But basically, what we will provide is the first CDS integration to, again, focus on the EAD compliance functionality. So again, capturing the customs declaration at mail acceptance and at delivery time, so in inbound, having access to the CDS data for tax and duties. And for postal payment, because the system will also be the front end for the postal payment system, the IFS that some of you use, we will integrate with the UPU IP, so the global switch that we have at the UPU for postal payment. So the long-term target is that the IFS software is going to disappear. What will stay is the UPU IP as the platform for exchanging the payments worldwide, and the front end will become the POS system for you to capture operation in the post office. And then it will be a development in phases, and hopefully you will start using the system and interact with us to define the priorities for the next phase of development. We aim to have this first version at the end of the year. So again, we are very happy to talk with you and see your interest and your priority for the functionalities for this first version. Then yes, we go to the EAD transport apps. So again, here we are back to mobile applications, and this time is to help the transport side of the supply chain. Because we have realized there's a gap here. Some large airline or transport company in general, they will have the technology, but some, maybe smaller, won't have the technology for the postal supply chain and the global postal model. So we have decided to develop this app. Next slide, please. The first version integrates two main functionality, but they are quite core. One is to call the possibility to call the EAD check API. Some of you may have heard of it already. We have this API accessing either your local CDS when you're a post or the big data platform at the UPU if you don't have CDS. So in that case, it's going to be the global, the big data platform of the UPU. This API checks in real time the EAD situation of the postal item or a consignment. It can be a receptacle in that case for transport. So basically what the transport company will do, they will use the mobile device, scan the receptacle ID or the transport ID, and the call behind checks that all items in the bag are compliant with EAD. Particularly useful in a transit scenario or in a transshipment scenario where the airline itself will not have any data on the mail bag. That's a way for them to be sure that what they are loading on the aircraft is compliant. They don't need to know more, but they need to know that. And in parallel to that, the first version of the application integrates also push notifications. So that's new. It's a system that we have developed to be able, instead of querying the UPU, we push information to you. Very useful, for example, in a scenario of late referrals. If the custom realize pretty late in time that the item is not compliant or should not be loaded, they can push that. We can push that through our notification system all the way to the app, so all the way to the transport company. On the next slide, you have more explanation of the two functionalities, so I will not spend too much time on that. It's basically what I said before. EAD check has been in place. Some of you are using it without even knowing because it's integrated in your CDS already. And the postal notification system is new and will work in a way of subscription. So basically, we are going to continue to enrich it. The scenario that I have described before is for EAD compliance. So it's really for the referrals. But you may think about other notifications that can be for tracking or other interesting data like such that you want to push to the stakeholder. So basically you subscribe to a stream of data depending on the kind of event that you process, and you receive those push notifications. Next, we can go fast on the 2 slides. It's screen copies of how the app looks like on the device. So you see that it's a little bit small, but you can scan a receptacle or a transport ID. And next, please, on the next slide, you see the report. So you see the list of items in your scan, and if there's any kind of EED issue with one of them. So that can be just enough for the transport company to stop loading in that case. Maybe not too much relevant for you because you're all island countries, so your transport is by air. But this transport app is actually compliant for any kind of transport mode. So it can be used for air for sure, but it can be used for surface transport as well. Okay, let's go next. We still have here an outlook of what's coming next in the next phase of the EAD transport app, because again, we are building in phases. What I have described before is under test, so can be ready very soon to you. And then we are planning the next phase where we want to integrate in ENS filing, particularly for ICS2, it will be interesting. The possibility for the airline, thanks to the app, to scan the items that are necessary to generate the RESDIT as the response to the CARDIT. Support for postal airway bill, it's something that we are discussing with our colleagues in the supply chain unit to see how we will manage a postal airway bill system thanks to the app, and of course some reports and dashboard. One thing that we are also considering, it's a question mark at this stage, is the waylaid mail functionality. So it's basically to be able to track some items that sometimes are left somewhere in the transport and unknown and unidentified. We know it's a problem, we know it happens, and the app can be an answer to that. So again, we are building in phases, and depending on the priorities, we can adjust the plan for the next releases. How am I doing on time? Yes, a few more minutes. UPU Save. So this one is also an API integrated in the CDS. If we recall first the postcode API, next, yeah, good. We have built on the existing postcode API. You know, we have this postcode unit at the UPU. What they do is that they consolidate an address database from countries all over the world. They also use the S42 standard to standardize those address according to the standard, to the S42 of each country. And based on that, they have built an API that you can call to verify that an address is well formed and correct and exists. This is already integrated in the CDS. If we go to the next slide, we already integrated that at the end of 22. And you see the graph, very interesting. The address that we have seen in the ITMAT after integration in CDS, they have improved. You've seen the ratios, they were around 30-35% compliant, and now they are close to 60, even more. It continues to grow. So we had a result thanks to this integration. And again, it helps to EAD compliance. Again, it helps in the quality of the data you send. But the next step, and that's the purpose of UPU Save, next slide, please, is to combine the information of a correct address and a well-formatted address with a delivery statistics for this address. So basically, not only you will know that the address exists and is correct, but you will also know that we have previous records that items have been delivered successfully at this address, or the opposite. that the address is not deliverable. So that's the purpose. The next generation of this API that, again, we are planning to integrate with the CDS is to give us this combined information. And we have started to develop some reports on that, and again, they look promising. Crossing the two information will help you to improve the delivery rate, the first attempt delivery rate. Pricing for that, it's a proposal that we are making for validation, proposing for validation in April during the POC in the General Assembly of the Telematics. So once we have the pricing, we can launch very quickly after. Then I wanted to spend 1 minute on the certification program. We saw that some vendors are using a lot now our public APIs. It's a trend, and a very positive trend, because they complement what we do. They bring very specialized technologies, very specialized services to complement the UPU offers. And we wanted to structure that a little bit. Basically, what the UPU Tech Cert program is about is to validate that the integration that those software vendors do with the UPU technologies are correctly functioning. We don't validate the full solution. We don't have the capacity to do that. We validate the communication part. We validate that the interface with us is done correctly. And based on that, we'll give them a certificate, UPU Tech Cert, that they will use, of course, in their communication towards you to say that they have been certified with the UPU. So basically, you can introduce their technology in confidence. We already tested that they work with the UPU software. Next, please. It's a very technical certification, so it's based on test. You pass, you fail, and if you pass, you have the certification. So very, very straightforward. We are planning 2 years validity, so it means that every 2 years the vendors need to get recertified. And it's a program, so we have this notion of domain, which is basically the line of UPU software. Can be supply chain, can be financial services, postal payment. And then within a domain, we have scope. So it could be for a particular purpose. Are they interfacing for accounting? Are they interfacing for sorting machines? Are they interfacing for any kind of service you may imagine? So we'll structure the program like that. And they can be certified in several domains and scope. So this is ready. Next slide. You have an address on the UPU website where you have all the information, including for the IT vendors who are interested, the manual, how they could apply, what they need to do to get certified. They have a registration form where they can enter their data so we can contact them and follow up. The program is built. We have all the legal part. The GTCs are ready. Everything is fine. Technically, we are ready to launch for postal payment. We started the first certification for postal payment. For supply chain, we are still developing the actual certifications. So we are not totally ready yet. But again, depending on the interest of software vendors, we are going to prioritize a specific scope. And then the very last part of my presentation, .post. .post, I'm sure you have heard of it. It's been there for many years. But we call that a reborn, really, because it's a new generation of the .post services. Next slide. We call that share services, so it's not only a top-level domain. It comes with a number of trusted, secured, added value services, like secured DNS, like secured email, like a secured marketplace. You can nest all that under a .post domain. You see at the bottom of the slide few examples already. As part of this new launch, we have also aligned with the latest recommendation from the ICANN for managing top-level domains. I have that on the next slide. So it comes really in line with the latest state-of-the-art regulations, how to manage a top-level domain. We have what we call a pioneer offer, ending very soon, on middle of this month, with specific prices to access your top-level domain. And if we go to the next, this slide, I wanted to give a couple of examples of what comes out of the box. You have the trademark protection, so all the trademark that you register under your .post top-level domain are protected as part of the services that are encapsulated, and intellectual property rights as well. Okay, thank you. It's a lot of information, I know. Again, it was to raise awareness. If there's any kind of question on any technology, please go ahead. Thanks. Yeah. Jamaica, please.
Good afternoon. David, the tech cert.
Yes.
Do you have a list of persons certified already? Or it's just
Not yet. We are only starting, so nobody is certified at this stage.
Okay.
I guess my message here was to tell you that if you're in contact with software vendors who are approaching you, please motivate them to apply for certification.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Any other question? No? Okay. No, there's one. Yeah. Please, go ahead.
Thank you for your presentation. I just wanted to ask, in terms of the .post, is it only compatible with Outlook?
No. No. I don't believe it's restricted to Outlook. I'm not a specialist. I will double check that, but I don't believe so.
Okay, because
No.
I am asking because CPU, we have engaged with CTU and implemented .post, but it's only through Outlook, and it's like we have some challenges with it. So I was wondering.
Okay.
It is only.
So let me follow up with that offline, because I'm not 100% sure of myself, but I doubt that it's restricted to Outlook. Yeah. Any other question? Yes, please.
Thank you for your presentation. What are the upcoming IT solutions or technologies that UPU sees as crucial for the future of the postal services? I know that you have given a lethal. Do you have other IT solutions?
Yeah, there's already a lot here cooking for us, and we believe they are quite crucial. It's part of our strategy for this cycle. We have an IT strategy to match the UPU strategy every Congress cycle. And this year this cycle was really to continue with mobile development. That's really a trend that we see. The big data is another big component. And of course, security, securing operations. .post can be part of the answer for that, for sure. We've seen quite a few posts being attacked, and with cybersecurity threat.
So how this is my second question. How do the UPU address the challenges of cybersecurity in the evolving technological landscape?
First, it's with all what we do for the post. That's why we encourage particularly the small and medium post to come to our cloud, because then they don't have to worry too much about securing their operation. They still have, of course, part of the responsibility, but at least they don't have to host themselves. We take care of this challenge and all the security that goes with hosting. So that's the first. And then since the Congress last year, there was actually some funds being allocated to cybersecurity, and here we are in connection with other organizations, other UN organizations. We are in connection with other private sector to share information about the threats that are developing here and there, to raise awareness on that, to promote best practice. So it's really information sharing about the new risk and evolving risk that are detected. And here it's important to have a network of CISO, cybersecurity experts, to be part of this network and constantly exchange on the latest threat.
Thank you. My last question, especially to enhancing customer experience. Are there specific technologies that focus on real-time tracking, notification, or personalized communication with customers?
Yeah, so very good question. So the push notification that I discussed a little bit in the context of the transport app is one of the answers to that. Now, if you're talking about also chatbot or things like that, we are looking into this kind of technology. We have identified some. Again, we will not reinvent the wheel here. We are not going to create from scratch. So most possibly it will be integration with existing solutions from software vendors. So we have identified some. The question here is to develop a business case, because even if the cost is not enormous, there's still a cost to add this kind of service. And yes, the Post would like to have it, would like to have more possibilities to inform their customers in particular, but who pays for this extra cost? Is it the customer? Is it the Post itself? Even if it's only a few cents per item, it's still few cents that need to be covered. So the question is more the business case than the technology in that case. Yeah.
Because in Mauritius Post, normally when we want to inform the customers that their parcel have arrived at their destination, meaning at the post offices, we use just send an SMS to them.
Yep.
This to make them know that their product are here. I'm sorry, I have a last question for you. Is regarding artificial intelligence in the postal services. So I don't know how AI being integrated into postal services so far to improve sorting, to improve routing, to improve customer interaction. Do you have an example for AI solution that had demonstrated positive impact on postal operation?
Yes, there is something that is coming, and I could not put in the slide because it was getting too long. But we are actually at the UPU finalizing a system where we use AI, but more in the context of postal security. So is to check illegal traffic, dangerous goods that should not be on the mail network, on the postal network. And for that we use AI, because again, there's so much information that AI can help us to spot those patterns, to identify again those items that should not be there. So soon we are going to release the first version, and we'll be able to demo that and to show you more what it is. But in the context of the UPU, that's the first application, concrete application of AI that I can share with you. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. No other question? I will be available, of course, during the breaks. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, David, for that overview of UPU PTC IT solutions. And as he said, he will be available during the break to take any more questions that you may have. So now we will listen to a country best practice, as I mentioned before, coming from Seychelles. So I would like to introduce Mr. Kevin Albert to the stage, please.
So good day to you all. I'll be talking a little bit on a lighter note rather than technical, like this morning. And hopefully with the presentation you have an idea of how the small island state we adapt to climate changes and also sustainability. So first of all, next slide, please. So it's only fair that I will just give you a little bit of a, just allow me to just give you a little bit history of Seychelles in terms of the postal development. So initially, Seychelles is a young nation. So the first post office was opened somewhere in 1861. So ideally, when you look at the small island state, most of the islands, they've been colonized by either British or French. So it was ideal, especially in terms of geographical location for Seychelles, for us to have a sort of communication. Then if we go further down, in 1865, so this is the time that we started to have letters moving from the region and also from the mainland. So we need to bear into account that at this point of time, the only means of transportation for letters were through boats, and usually it will take months for it to move. And the first statistics that was ever pulled was somewhere around 1877. And back then, you can imagine, almost a century ago, it was at 14,000. So still then, Seychelles was evolving. Now, we were still part with the Mauritius Post back then. And initially, we established our first local postal office somewhere in 1893. Okay? But still, we were still receiving the mail through boats. But ideally, we had to find a way to have airlift because communication was vital back then, and we were transforming from a crown colony towards our independence. But then we had the first introduction of airmail, which was mainly by the amphibians, somewhere around 1932. So you can imagine the initial postal establishment was somewhere in 1861. Then we moved to the actual evolution somewhere in 1932, and it was from Karachi, the airlift. Can we move to the next slide, please? Now, I've personally taken the liberty of explaining a little bit about the evolution of postal operation for the small island state. So for us, this is the timeline that I've pulled, and I will call upon the small island state also probably to place yourself somewhere in between the timeline for us to know how we have evolved. What we've seen yesterday, today, lots of new ideas, new system, new ways, but one question is that have we moved or have we evolved from the Stone Age era to the new generation? Next slide, please. Now, Seychelles, we cannot, like other island states, we cannot talk about evolution, either postal or any other means of evolution, without thinking about the impact of climate and how do we sustain it. And for us, small island state, there has been an impact, despite we are small and we are not necessarily responsible in terms of the changes that we have in the environment. So ideally, when you look at it, it's at 90% of the small island state, we have the tropical climate. So, which means that it is influenced mainly when we have the changes about, we've seen that there are some tropical cyclones. There are different aspects that have caused climate change, but based on the evolution, not necessarily about postal. Now, I've listed down a few of the matters that have been affected by the climate changes. One is water resources. Most of the small islands, they are more or less granitic or coralline island, which means we don't have lots of rivers. Then again, the drinkable water is not all the time suffice for the nation itself. Then we have the coastal environment. I think yesterday somebody spoke about the coastal environment and the rise of the sea level and erosion. And for us, we have not been spared. We've had different ways and means for us to adjust to it, but it's still ongoing, and we still find ourselves trying to find new means and ways to move forward. So next slide, please. So in terms, we're not speaking only about postal itself. So we have different means, and when it comes to climate change, each and every part of the industry is being touched, bearing in mind that the importance of postal operation is to bring communications, and we have been doing that since, I think, almost the beginning of time. So whenever there's an impact, we are being impacted. For example, in terms of biodiversity, in terms of human health, we've noticed that for us, tropical climate, we have different seasons, and each time we have a shift in the monsoon, we bring about different types of tropical diseases that we are being affected by. And I think the one that will interest you the most will be about the economic and socio-cultural resources that most of us here, we rely a lot on tourism. Then climate change impacts tourism directly. Next one, please. So how do we adapt to the changes, and what are the constraints that we deal with? We know that climate change in terms of developing country is just one of the matters that we deal with. We spoke about the social economic concern, which indirectly impact us, and amongst these, we have the poverty elevation, we have high unemployment, and later on we're going to see how does it impacts us directly. So we've had some work. There are some works on the way that have been kicked off, for example, in terms for water resources. So we find ways that we say, look, you must be more efficient on how you manage both demand and supply. And in terms of human settlement and infrastructure, how do we map our hazards, forecasting, public health, which is one of the major issues, because if there's a disease, people cannot come to Seychelles. Socially, economically, we are being affected. And we've talked about the coastal zone. How do we mitigate, or how do we integrate new means and ways to move forward? Now, something which is more relevant to the forum today. So how do we, when we talk about sustainability, some people think only about climate. Some people think it's only negative. At the end of the day, when you look at it, sustainability, we can measure it in different means and ways. So what we've put together is how do we, with the evolution of postal operation, how technology, digitalization, and evolution has impacted on us. Now, first, because everybody, I think, would want to hear about it, it's environment. We are happy with the evolution of technology. Why? Because, see, we say stop cutting trees, so less paper is being used, less printing matters, less toners are being sent to the landfill. So we've seen also the decentralization where everybody comes to only one place. And we have seen also there is what we call the home-based approach, where people, they will stay at home instead of coming to one place for them to do business. But what we've noted is that there's a higher demand in power supply, which means countries like Seychelles, whereby we have not yet fully developed in harvesting the natural energy, we feed on generators, which means we have to bring in more crude fuels for us to run the generators. So at the end of the day, the more we have in terms of power supply demand, which means we have to run more computers. And also we've noticed that there's an increase in the vehicle use, more gas emissions. We've also noted that with the evolution of operation in postal, we've seen lots of postal waste. What I mean, or what we mean by postal waste, is that all the packaging is being sent back to the environment. Okay? And we have also noticed that there's an increase in online shopping. Some may say, yes, it's good for the business. Yes, but later on, we're going to talk a little bit about how online shopping has impacted us directly as small islands. In terms of post, what we have, when we have seen an increase in volume, for example, in Seychelles, we see that there's a change in infrastructure. We need bigger volume. We need more space. We need to change the structural facade of the post. But then again, for us in Seychelles, we have managed to find some possible solution. And one amongst it's the harvest of different form of energy. For Seychelles, we have Seychelles. We're trying our best through some funding. Now I may call maybe on the UPU to assist us in trying to ensure that we have a more economically run vehicle instead of electronic, but rather a solar panel run of the operations, or else more biodegradable package. This is what we have noticed. Kindly allow me just to share a data with you. Seychelles, we have around 107,000 people in terms of population. And just last year, from the statistics, we have seen the movement in post in terms of parcel, package, letters, sorry, at 300,000. So which means people keeps on buying, and all of these packages, they are plastic, and they are sent back. It's not reusable, it's not recyclable, it's just there in the environment. So this is what we're trying to pass on to our colleagues who are shipping items to Seychelles, all the partners that's working with us. Maybe it's high time that we just sit down and have a chat about how can we better the environment and its impact. Well, when we go to the social part of it, it's true. I've seen some presentation. We need to have machine, less people to work, which means it's more cost effective, and it's a more conducive place to work. It's more conclusive. But on the other side, it's less job opportunities because we have to get rid of people. You can imagine 100 years ago, what we had lots of postmen. Now, with digitalization, with email, with the new app, with everything, what we see is that people can actually sit at home and receive the mail. I'm just hoping that one day we will not have an app that will just send the parcel as well. That be. And what we've noticed also, I've come across the training online for UPU, whereby we have the quality of service. Whilst we're happy to have it, but we've noticed that with digitalization, the interaction with people has dropped. And at times it does affect the customer service because people tend to be more rigid and a bit drawn back. And what we've noticed is that there's a more direct impact on the household turnover. We're talking about wants and needs. What we've decided, or what we think as the Seychelles Postal Services, how we've managed to have a solution for it is have a more diverse option in terms of task, have people to be a bit more specialist instead of generalist, emphasize a lot on specific training, and create more awareness. People know we talk about different products. We need to have at least a little bit more. When we do the promotion, whenever we are telling people, let's try our best to give maximum information. Next slide, please. Now, I think this is the most sought after, the economic. So I've said before, the positive of it is that basically there's a drop in the operational cost. So it gives a broader specs for business. That's for sure. And it allows a more efficient scope for sharing ideas because we can share information just while sitting. I'm sure while we're sitting there, some people are sending emails, some people are chatting. We are sharing information about the forum, what is happening. And first and foremost is that for the smaller island state, we attract a lot of investors, either to use us as a hub or even to find ways and means to decentralize what we're offering. But what we've noticed is that there is a direct impact on the smaller businesses with less capacity. And we also noticed that there's an unplanned force on the structural change. We must, for example, now in Seychelles, we need to expand because we are receiving more. And at times, we have noticed that the ground is not level because we find ourselves as postal operators competing with other couriers or other services. They have a bigger budget, best technology, which they can outsource. And for us to be able to compete, what we find ourselves is that we need to find grant for us to move forward. We need to find special project. And that is affecting us directly as postal operators. So again, we just believe that we must encourage training. We must also implement a cost-effective business method and encourage partnership. This is one thing I would like to outline, is that we must encourage partnership with local instead of franchising. That we have somebody that's just coming and they franchise it in Seychelles instead of coming down and partner with probably the postal services. Then we can have a better range of service and more cost effective. Next one, please. So, not to sum up, but we just say that the small island state, we are vulnerable to some extent, given our geographical location. We still depend on airlift, which is at times subject to availability. If there's an international crisis, if there's a civil unrest, we find ourselves stuck at times with lots of packets or parcel, or else some people have already ordered and they're waiting just because we have some shortage. If there's an issue in one of the hubs that we use, we don't really get it. Then we're also trying our best. We were speaking about awareness, for us to create awareness for people to understand, for the shoppers to understand that there is quality versus quantity, spending capacity. And at times, when you look at what we have, we've noticed that it is flooded with very, very cheap items, and most of the time they are environmentally harmful to the environment. And we also have to adapt. If the post is owned by the government or semi-parastatal, we have to adapt to some legislation, or even from other service provider, which not necessarily reflect our ability to adhere to that legislation. Next slide, please. Next. So to conclude, we know that all the small island states, we face the same issue. We need to work with all partners, stakeholders, government, international agencies, just to ensure that we work sustainable and we make sure that we create maximum awareness as possible. Next. So, thank you. In case there's any question. No, thank you.
Okay, so thank you, Mr. Albert, for that very informative presentation. So yesterday we heard from Mr. Dorner about the Stampfinity solution that is being done by them. Today we will continue with that presentation and listen to their views on how to connect the islands through philately. So I would like to invite to the stage Anya Dirkitz.
Hello, everyone. First of all, I want to thank the UPU and the Seychelles Post for organizing the event, but also having us here as a member of the consultative committee. As we already heard yesterday, some insights about Stampfinity from our CEO, Michael Dorner, I want to focus on a more specific digitalization opportunity. But first, I also would like to review some key facts of yesterday's presentation, just for everyone who maybe missed it or wasn't there. So Stampfinity is a specialty postage stamp manufacturer. So we do postage stamp out of the ordinary. Our most known product is the so-called crypto stamp that we developed back in 2019 with the Austrian Post. By now we have produced and issued 1.3 million crypto stamps that have sold to 90%. The average sales price for crypto stamps varies from 10 to 15 euros, and by now over 26 countries have issued either a crypto stamp or a comparable blockchain stamp. So roughly, what again is a crypto stamp? I know it's not too easy to wrap the head around it, but we still have a physical product. We still have a postage stamp that can be used for shipping. But we link it to a digital collectible to create additional value for the collectors. So we have the physical and the digital component linked together to create an interactive user experience. So the great advantage of the crypto stamp for postal operators is that they can reach a new target audience with their philately, and that they can reach a younger target audience with their philately. So by entering this digital world, we are able to communicate and enter the environment of this new target group and create value there. By adding this additional value, we were also able to enter a higher price segment with our stamps. So as I said, they're selling for an average price of 10 to 15 euros, which also means we were able to generate higher profit margins. Further, we gain, through the digital aspect, access to new tools for customer retention and customer relationship management. Yesterday, we have heard a lot about strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and especially the need for digitalization. This is also valid for the philately of your postal department. So today we want to take action and present a project to you that we've been working on for the past few months. A global crypto stamp cooperation for island postal operators. We believe that a shared crypto stamp issue is a really easy access point into the world of crypto stamps, especially for smaller postal operators. Participants of the shared issue not only benefit from shared marketing initiatives, but also benefit from each other's collector groups and collector bases. Further, it enables us to reduce our production costs and therefore minimize your risk. The digital components of the stamp issue will be interlinked with each other. So we will integrate a reward system for collectors, motivating them to collect not just one stamp, but the stamps of all countries participating. So our island project is called the Crypto Stamp Islands of Wonder. As I said, all postal operators that are based on an island are welcome to join the issue. The overall theme of the issue should follow this nautical treasure hunt-like experience. But for the individual stamp issues of each island, we really want to focus on exploring the islands, exploring their heritage, and exploring their history. So we want to give collectors the opportunity to interactively and playfully learn about the culture of all these different countries. Specific content of these stamps, and especially the digital part, can range from specific places, objects, historic personalities, as well as even all the way to myths. So the crypto stamps will be issued on a monthly basis, which means every month a new country and their issue will be presented and revealed, which gives the collectors enough time to explore the stories of each country while building up excitement for the next month to come. So right now I want to show you some insights on the services that we offer at Stampfinity and also how the overall structure of the project will look like. So Stampfinity will support in the very beginning with even calculating the best issue quantity for all the different countries. We will also develop the Web3 integration, the project, all the way to the platform. We will manufacture the physical product as well as the packaging. Regarding the physical product, it will be very similar in material and shape to the samples that we handed out yesterday. But of course, totally different design, totally different theme. So we know that this whole blockchain and crypto stamp topic is very, very new for most of you. For us, it is not. We're already 5 years with this product in this market, and we've seen that it works, and this is why we believe in it, and this is why we want to take over the risk for this project. The only payment necessary to participate in this stamp issue is a minimum order quantity of 500 pieces for €4 per stamp. So there will not be any other payment required to participate. The stamps themselves have a face value of €10, and it's equivalent in your currencies. So for example, 150 Seychelles rupiah or 20 Belize dollar. So just to get some nice round numbers. The stamps, so at a sales price of €10, and it costs between €2.85 to €4, depending on the order quantity, you have at least profit margin of €6 per stamp, up to 7 or even more. Stampfinity will sell the product as well on their platform and on their sales channels. Therefore, the postal organizations will receive a 15% royalty fee. Additionally, as I already mentioned before, the postal operators benefit from each other's collector bases, but also the marketing initiatives done by Stampfinity or their partner countries. Also, we will be offering to ship directly from our warehouse in Vienna. And to achieve an overall coherent look and feel for the issue, we will have one design team that will make the designs of all the stamps, the packaging, as well as the marketing material, just to have and achieve an overall coherent feeling. Of course, also as a partner of Stampfinity, we will support in customer support. So we will take over some technical aspects here. And in general, what we want to offer postal operators here is to generate a new revenue stream with low risk involved and to make our CryptoStamp family grow together. Next slide, please. So gamification fuels the spark of curiosity, transforming learning into a thrilling journey of discovery. This is why we want to integrate gamification in as many processes and as many aspects of our user journey. Talking about the user journey, I just roughly want to show you the interconnectivity of the stamps, so how the stamps of the different countries are connected to each other, and how they motivate collectors to collect all of them. So first of all, when a customer buys a crypto stamp, the only thing they have to do to receive, to open, to activate their digital part, their NFT, is that they have to scan a QR code. This is as difficult as it gets. And by doing so, they actually earn and receive collector points. And they can add up the collector points of all the different countries participating. And if they have earned enough collector points towards the end, they will be able to participate in a draw to win the treasure. So following our treasure theme, they will be able to receive or to win a real gold treasure. So the next steps, or like how you can get involved in this project, is we have prepared a framework agreement where, just to give you transparent insights in our conditions, in our product specifications. But also I want to invite you to register to our kick-off meetings in April, where we will go in more depth about all the different aspects of the project. If you already have questions right now, I also want to invite you to get in contact with me or Michael here at the event. We are more than happy to answer any questions regarding the project. I know it was a really rough overview, but I think we don't have the time to go in more depth here.
But also, I want to mention that we have been speaking with other postal organizations about this issue, with postal operators that we have already worked in the past, and that I personally would love to see also many of you joining in this issue. Thank you. So if there are any questions, we still have time for that. If there are no questions, we also will be available during lunch. Maybe it needs to sink in a bit. Good.
Okay, so thank you, Anya, for that presentation. Up next, we will have our second country case study, and this one is from Mauritius. They will be talking about financial services and particularly how they use this to generate revenues at the post and also through partnerships. So I would like to introduce Mr. Jairaj Itu to the stage, please.
So, may I say good afternoon, and thank you for inviting me for this presentation. This is my second presentation. Yesterday it was just for my country and for my work. Today we are going to discuss and learn about best practices from postal administrations that have successfully generated considerable revenue from financial services, including through partnership. Of course, next slide, please. The first slide, please. Just to give you an overview for the time being. Okay, there is no... Hello? Is it okay? Very good. So just to give you an overview before we start, I have been able to do research work and to come forward with example, and I have also a case study to explain to you today on this important title. So let's start and have what we call exploring revenue generation through financial services. Many postal administrations offer a diverse range of financial services, including saving account, remittances, insurance, and loan. This is most of the postal administrations that I have seen so far when I have done my exercise. In fact, this helps to cater to a wider customer base and increases revenue streams. Financial services play a crucial role for postal administrations in various ways, contributing to the sustainability, growth, and relevant in modern era. This is just an introduction to get an idea about it. Next slide, please. Of course, this doesn't mean that you have to read all these things. These are several postal administrations around the world have indeed ventured into financial services and formed strategic partnerships to generate additional revenue. Examples, as you've seen, India Post, Japan Post. India, for example, has a vast network and has partnered with various banks to provide financial services, including saving account, fixed deposit, and monthly income scheme. So if you go along these, you will see even Japan, and the last one that I have, South Africa Post Offices. South Africa Post Offices have explored financial services, including banking, money transfer services, to serve a broader customer base. Among these, you have New Zealand, Australia, and Swiss Post. Just a matter of sharing with you that these things is very important, and all these post offices has embarked on that, and revenue stream has been one of the main aspects. Next slide, please. Of course, don't go through all these things. It's just a matter of one notable case study demonstrating the successful integration of financial services by postal administration in that of India Post. So just a matter of sharing with you a background of India Post. The country's postal administration has a rich history dating back to 1854. In recent years, faced with the challenges of declining traditional mail volumes and need for diversification, India Post strategically embraced financial services. The main one was a core banking solution. The second one was saving and deposit products. The third one is payment services, followed by modern money transfer services and financial inclusion initiative. So let's see the result of this. Next slide, please. The success of India Post Financial Services Integrated serves as an inspiring case study for other postal administrations worldwide looking to diversify their offerings, enhance financial inclusion, and ensure long-term stability. So what are the revenues that we have? First, increased revenue, of course. What are the results between increased revenue? Expanded customer base, improved financial inclusion, and this through its extensive network. India Post play a pivotal role in enhancing financial inclusion, particularly in rural and remote areas. Millions of people gain access to basic banking services for the first time. The fourth result, modernization and technology adoption. And last, the government partnership. These are the results according to the case study. Next slide, please. Now, let me take an example of my own post office, that is Mauritius Post Limited. How partnership with banks and financial institutions have definitely bring us to success. First, Mauritius Post serve as a convenient intermediary for both Mobank, a bank called Mobank, and its customers. They facilitate deposit and withdrawal transaction, ensuring smooth financial interaction. This is a service that is normally we have at Mauritius Post. We don't have a banking department. So if we don't have banking with us, I know that most postal administration in the past, they do have, they still have a banking department. But in Mauritius, it had been put apart, which means banks separated and postal services separate. Nevertheless, we have found out strategy, even though the bank is not with us. So what we have done, we work with them as a partner and allowed customers to visit our 140 post offices to do the basic transaction that we call withdrawal and deposit in our post offices. And then we have developed what we call a link online that have the real transaction been updated and they know the amount in the balance. Other partnership, other thing that we did, payment of utility bills were collection of monthly payment at the counter of the post offices, such as electricity, water bill, telephone bill, motor vehicle license with the government payment, and we also have just introduced the money transfer from RIA, which is well known worldwide. We have money exchange, and of course for the government, we are very helpful to pay the pensioners at the end of the month, the pension that the government should give to them. Next slide, please. So let's continue on the partnership. From strategic partnership, which established bank and financial institution to leverage the expertise and customer base, these collaboration can enhance the credibility of postal services, postal financial services. So what are the partnerships that we did so far? You know that we have our own EMS, and our own EMS is all around the country. But sometimes to capture other segments, that is some corporate bodies, they do have agreement internationally, and they will always use FedEx or DHL. So what we have done so far, we have introduced a drop center for FedEx, so we get money, we get paid for that. And even for DHL, people just drop, and we have even an agreement with DHL to dispatch some of our most important with the shortest delay. So let's talk about issuing bank card. This is a project that is in progress, and within 2 months, we're supposed to have, we have collaborated with a partner with MasterCard. So people in Mauritius, customers, citizens, those who use the postal network, those who want to have a small business, those who come to the post office to take the pension, they will have a special card from MasterCard with the branding of Mauritius Post. So the money will be deposited on that card, and we will do it for them. Still, they will use this card to pay anywhere, and we get money on that because we have done an agreement with MasterCard, a percentage when they use the card to pay anywhere. We have also several insurance companies, SICOM, for example. People come and pay their premiums installment to the post office. Next slide, please. So you will see I'm going to just to talk to you and help to explain these financial partnership that we have. So as you see, we have more partners with Rogers Capital and Sim Finance. They are giving loan to customers. And when customers get the loan, what happened? They have to pay the monthly. So they prefer to pay at the nearest post office. The culture is still there because they don't want to go to the bank or do direct debit because they don't know the amount, the balance, and everything. They prefer to come and pay at the post office. So companies giving loan to customers, we at the post office, we enjoy having this customer at the end of the month coming to us for the payment. So we can do cross-selling as well. So one of the next one among is the Alien Son Limited is for funeral scheme. Even these people come and pay the premium at the end of the month. So we have others as Canal Plus, MC Vision, Parable Maurice. We accept payment, a collection of payment. And of course, Mauritius Post plays a crucial role in ensuring timely and efficiently pension payment to retirees across the country. It serves as an intermediary for the government, facilitating payments to pensioners. They handle the disbursement of various pension benefits on behalf of the government. Next slide, please. So I can't give you all the figures because due to competitors and everything, we don't share everything. But just a matter of sharing some of the number of transactions that we have done so far while introducing Rogers Capital's monthly payment. We have received in the year 2022, 20,261 customers turned up to the post office. And see the progress when we have done the awareness and people know that we have this service. 53,398 customers turn up to the post office for payment of the loan to the post office. So we get money. We get money per payment, per transaction. So this is how we have the SIM Finance, which we just introduced in 2023, when we expect the growth this year. Mobile transaction, people come for deposit and withdrawal. We have, so as you see, 30,394, and we expect we got a decrease maybe because online. We just created an online with some post offices. And we have the pension. You see the pension, 688 in 2009, 22, and we have 553,000 in 2023 customers. Next slide, please. So, other related best practices. I will come out with what we call a technology integration. Invest in the modern technology to provide efficient, convenient financial services, such as online platform. So what we did in Mauritius Spurs, we have a website. This website, normally our customer can purchase online and do the payment for philatelic item or any item that we have put forward. But we have not stopped here. You know, SMEs that we have in Mauritius, they come with us at the post office. They give us 2 or 3 products. We just put it in a page on our website. People just purchase their product. This is what we call an inland parcel. People can purchase the product. And what the benefit for the post? Our core work is to deliver. So we get the product because the customers purchase on our website. They perform the payment. So we get a percentage on the product as well. And then we deliver. So that technology integration also can help us in financial partnership with SMEs. Okay. And then we have Mauritius Post hosts several ATMs of the bank. You know, ATM for the bank, it's normally in urban areas, even in rural areas. But when it is in the post, this is what we call one-stop shop. People come, they retrieve the money, they pay whatever they want. And in fact, if they want to get it back to the bank, they put it in the ATM as well. So you give all these facilities to the customers. We have this financial inclusion focused on providing financial services to undeserved and unbanked population. This not only fulfills a social responsibility, but also creates a new customer base. Micro-lending project is in the pipeline with Mauritius Post. We are discussing with bank, we are discussing with other partners so that we can also offer a micro-lending, because you know people need to have a certain amount of money just to pay their bills or pay an urgent university fees or whatever. This is called a micro-lending. And we are working also for MasterCard, as I said earlier. These are in the pipeline, so that Mauritius Post, it is in our 10-year strategic plan. So we are going to do it soon. We have the customer education outreach, conduct awareness campaign to educate customers about the benefit and convenience of postal financial services. This helps to overcome any initial reluctance or lack of awareness. So the marketing department, which I'm head of it, normally handle all these things. We have a service called end-address mailing. We have a service called digital advertising. We have a service called Open Days at the post office. We have a web page which we sell. So all these we use it for customer education and outreach. Next page, next slide, please. Hopefully I'm not going too long. Other best practices. Customized product for different segments. Tailor financial products to suit the needs of different customer segments. For example, design products for both urban and rural customers, considering the unique requirements. Let's see what Mauritius Post can offer. Mauritius Post offers internet facilities in all its post offices. In fact, it is a government initiative. We offer photocopies, scanning of documents. Students can do their assignment there, from university. Pensioners can send email to their family abroad. This is what we handle about customized product for different segments. How can I not speak about risk management? Efficient risk management, that is implement robust risk management practices to mitigate potential financial risk associated with providing financial services. This include credit risk assessment, fraud prevention, compliance monitoring. So in Mauritius Post, we have our own department called an audit department, and they are doing close monitoring for this aspect. Now we move to customer relation management. Implement effective CRM system to build strong relationship with customers, personalized services, loyalty program, and responsive customer support contribute to customer satisfaction, retention. MPL, that is Mauritius Post Limited, has a special service called personalized and secure delivery. Example, banking institutions are using such service to deliver bank card to the addressee only. Next slide, please. I'm nearly ending. So other related services, data security and privacy. I think we have discussed about it in several presentations. Here we have an IT department which work on strategy to cybersecurity together with our finance department. We have the marketing and branding. Of course, I'm the responsible of it there. We normally look to invest in marketing and branding to create a positive image for the postal financial services. Continuous innovation, stay abreast of industry trends and continuously innovate to meet evolving customer demand. This may involve introducing new financial products, adopting emerging technologies, or expanding services offering. Conclusion. Next slide. Yes, implementing a fee-based services for additional revenue. This is what we discussed earlier. A cross-selling, promote cross-selling of financial product within the postal network. Digital platform, expand services through online platform to reach a wider audience. And targeted marketing, develop targeted marketing strategies to promote financial service. Next slide. Banking partnership, collaborate with bank to offer a broader range of financial services. Fintech collaborations, explore partnership with fintech companies for technical advancement. Government collaboration, work closely with government bodies to align financial services with national goal. And of course, local businesses from partnership with local businesses for mutual benefit. Next slide. This is the last, I think, one. I have another slide. So the conclusion, by combining these best practices, postal administrations can develop a successful and sustainable financial services model that generates substantial revenue and contribute to financial inclusion. We need to encourage postal administration to explore and implement these best practices. So thank you very much for your attention. So if you have any question, I will be pleased to answer. Hopefully, all is okay. Thank you very much.
Okay, so thank you, Mr. Itu, for that presentation. I'm sure in the Caribbean and other SIDS that are present here, they saw exactly how to implement postal financial services within the island or SID context. Before we go for lunch, we have one more intervention, and this is a video presentation on disaster risk management. As you know, before the UPU is focusing on disaster risk management in this cycle. We would have already held our first advanced DRM training last week. So this presentation will show some of the activities that are planned for this year as well as for the remainder of this cycle. So the video will be launched shortly.
Thank you very much for giving me the floor. My name is Fumiko Nohara. I am in charge of disaster risk management in the UPU. Today, I would like to explain activities on disaster risk management and emergency assistance in the UPU. This pie chart is made from EMIS, Emergency Information System, operated by DOP. As you can see from the pie chart, nearly 60% of the natural disasters reported through EMIS is related to meteorological events, such as heavy rainfall, tropical storms, and snowstorms. Combining hydrological and meteorological disasters, nearly 90% is related to water-related events. This slide shows natural disasters by regions. Nearly half of all EMIS messages come from the Asia-Pacific region, but it doesn't show Asia-Pacific is the most vulnerable region, where it's disrupted by natural disasters, because recently Africa and Arab rates are increasing. In our understanding, Africa and Arab region postal service disruptions have been reported more than before. I can say to you that EMIS can be a trigger of assistance. I would like to ask you not to forget notify your service disruptions to colleagues all over the world by EMIS. Regarding disaster risk management activities, we can divide pre-disaster activities and post-disaster activities. Regarding pre-disaster activities, Disaster Resilience Fund, DRF, technical assistance, capacity building, the certification are our main tool. For post-disaster activities, Emergency and Solidarity Fund, ESF, is our main tool. For each project, we call voluntary contribution. In addition to countries' voluntary contribution, QSF has collaborated in fundraising. This is summary of current ongoing projects. I will show you each by each on following slides. Among disaster risk management activities, pre-disaster activities are more important than post-disaster because post-disaster cost is around 7 times more than pre-disaster cost. So, I would like to explain pre-disaster activities at first. Regarding Disaster Resilience Fund project, we have selected 33 projects. The budget upper limit of a project is 100,000 Swiss francs, and we can procure equipment, train staffs, and support to create BCP, Business Continuity Plan. The RF projects are funded by Japan. From SIDS countries, we have selected Bahamas, Barbados, Fiji, Grenada, Kiribati, and St. Vincent and the Grenadines. We have implemented and completed 10 projects. This is the list for summary of projects. This slide shows outcome of Grenada project. We equipped transistor radios, generators, and the right photo shows staff training. For capacity building, TrainPost is offering opportunities for capacity building in disaster risk management. The number of trained postal staffs is 470 till now. We have only English course at the moment. We launched a project to translate disaster risk management course of TrainPost from English to 5 other official languages. I hope we will finalize this project by the end of this year. Regarding the training workshop, we launched a series of workshops and we held a Global Advanced Expert Workshop in Bern last week to foster advanced expert in disaster risk management area. We are planning to hold the regional workshop in Caribbean region in May. We hope that these advanced experts will facilitate and lead their own region for improving disaster risk management activities in postal sector. The certification mechanism is our new activity. We have created the mechanism which has two parts. One is questionnaire for basic risk management, and the other is questionnaire for pandemic recovery. Both has around 25 questions in each. As the certification questionnaire includes elements of training, self-assessment, and peer review and audit. It helps you to understand and implement the disaster risk management activities in your countries and contribute your preparedness. We have selected Bermuda and Laos to implement pilot projects for confirming how to work the certification mechanism in DRM. Both pilot projects have been done, and Bermuda has been certified gold in both areas, and Laos has been certified bronze in pandemic recovery area. We will report our achievement to CAS5 and raise awareness in regional workshops in 2024 and 2025. After that, we will move to implementation phase. For post-disaster activities, Emergency and Solidarity Fund, ESF project, is our main tool. We have implemented 22 projects since 2013. For each project, we call voluntary contribution. Fundraising is one of the most hard parts to implement projects, but France has contributed for ESF regularly when the UPU has created the Emergency and Solidarity Fund since 2013. USPS committed to ESF since last year. Switzerland as well. In addition to countries' voluntary contribution, QSF has collaborated in fundraising, and CAS4 has approved the regular budget at an amount of over 300,000 Swiss francs annually. The Extraordinary Congress has adopted the new budget ceiling, and the CAC4 has approved to allocate the regular budget to the ESF. We are planning to submit the amendment of rules of the ESF to CAS4 to add regular budget to fund resource for ESF. For publications, we have published 2 publications, namely Disaster Risk Management Guide and Pandemic Recovery Guide. They are written regarding disaster risk management in postal sector. These are basic textbook for training your staffs. In addition to that, when you create BCP, Business Continuity Plan, you can refer to these. When you have any query, please feel free to ask us. This is the contact point. When you have any questions, please do not hesitate to ask us. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. I think we're just on time to begin our lunch. We will reconvene here at 2 p.m. sharp, if we could ask everyone to be back in the room. One last thing. As a comms person, of course, I have to focus on comms for some point. And I'll be taking video interviews both about the forum and also about International Women's Day, which is coming up this Friday. So if anyone is interested in taking an interview, please do approach me and we'll find a time. Thank you.
Okay, so good afternoon again, everybody. So we would like to kick off this afternoon's presentation swiftly now. Our first presentation is going to be by Swift Logic, and they're going to talk about rethinking the postal e-commerce supply chain. So I would like to invite Mr. Vivek Ramalingam to the stage, please.
Respected dignitaries of the dais, representatives from UPU and fellow postal departments. We are, can go to the next slide. We are here to present our solutions that might be interesting for the postal departments to increase their revenue streams. So we are actually a stealth startup. We don't have any public presence as of yet. We started building our company in 2015, and maybe it's 10 years that I last updated my LinkedIn profile. I recently did it only for the forum. Our solutions, or as was as described, Shift Hub is our unified logistics solution. This is actually, we are integrating with the IPS and CDS system that we are going to get certified with soon, if possible. And Shift Cargo is our global e-commerce logistics system that we are currently operating in the CIS region. Shift Commerce, again, is a SaaS platform for marketplace. Like, I believe, like most of your postal departments doesn't have a e-shop or a marketplace available right now. Shift Serve is an AI-powered chatbot system with customer support that can be used in any web applications or mobile applications that's available. Shift Pay, again, is our permanent solution for POS, acquiring, and merchant services, which is mostly interesting for many postal service providers. They have a bank themselves, but they don't have an acquiring solution. And lastly, our latest product is StampSmart. So let's go into it much detail. Next one, please. So let's talk about Shift Hub. This is our unified logistics solution. It takes care of the entire postal journey. So right from the first mile till the last mile. So right now we are only working in domestic postal. We are yet to integrate with the international postal systems. Domestic in the sense not with DPS. It is for internal domestic internal package delivery only. So as a first mile, we have over-the-counter applications for web app and for mobile apps. Also, we have our own configured kiosks and drop boxes. So that can be set up for an easy pickup and for delivery operations. The second one is going to be for the middle mile. This is, again, for sorting and for warehousing. This includes the basic requirements of containering and to add containers and to ship the products, ship them from one region to the other. So then comes the last mile. So we have ability to deploy put points, delivery boxes, and also door-to-door delivery option, which we can actually do it with our fleet management system. So coming to the fleet, so your postal, all the postal departments are very active and they need to organize their tasks, say first mile or last mile. So the task management comes within our fleet management solution. This one, in 10, is going to be having all the functions that's required to manage your courier. So this will be having, we have all the KPIs that's required for each of the courier. We have metrics that that can be defined, and we'll be able, and the postal department will be able to monitor each and every courier exactly by where they're right now, which tasks they need to be assigned, and what is their efficiency. It all comes along with that. So management, of course, for adding geofences. This is more important for a postcode. So many of you said, like, we don't have postcodes or we are not able to configure it. So each post office has a specific geofence where you are going to deliver. If it is going to be not defined primarily, say all last mile is going to be in trouble. So, and we have a system where you can define define your post office geofenced. So maybe one block next to a road belongs to a different post office, but it is still considered a mistake when it is sent to a different post office. So this will help in segmenting post offices to clearly define the geofence for each post office, and which in turn, say, it can also be indexed as a platform where we are now working with many postal departments to index or to do a geofence for all the post office, which can be used in the future for finding post office based on map location. Say, for example, if you don't know to who you are sending or the exact location of the recipient, you can just select it on the map, and we will return back with the exact postcode. Around the world, most of the countries doesn't show this postcode, though they have it. Say, we can even talk about some experienced postal networks where, or let's say Google, when you're going to go search for an address for a particular company, it will give you all the address, name, and everything, but the postcode is still missing. So this is a key element where the parcel needs to be sent. So once, if it's a centralized place from where it is delivered, it makes it is okay. But when you have multiple branches located across, and if the package should reach to the exact location from where it should be delivered, then this makes more sense. So our next one comes with partner management. So with our APIs that we expose, you'll be able to connect to any external companies that provides services, say like marketplaces or maybe an international courier company that they are actually working in your country, but they need your last mile services alone. And you can integrate with them to provide services. So that way they are not going to compete with you, and they're going to be using your services for the last mile. So which in turn, it gives more potential for you to increase your volume of parcels. Then let's come to our next solution. This is a new one. So like Mail Americas, we are actually morely concentrating on the CIS region, except Russia, of course. So we have currently warehouses in USA, China, and Turkey, from where we consolidate the packages and we move the packages to the destined countries. So we have a unified management system that allows you to choose from where your customers can order, and and also all the applications that the user will be using will be white labeled in your name. We also offer shopping support. Say, for example, a few of your countries said like we don't have capability for cards, or we cannot buy anything online because we don't have a credit card or a debit card function yet. So our solution can be best suited. So we establish an agreement with the end user, I mean like the postal operator. You can use our services, and we will pay or order the goods on your behalf, and the goods will be shipped to you once the payment is received to us. So we are working on multiple systems how we can consider this to be done, because most of the countries have this issue. If it is not directly listed in Amazon or like eBay, most of the cards won't work. No matter if it is like they have function to deliver inside the country or outside the country, they have restrictions for different type of cards. And another important feature that we are working on Shift Cargo is we had a pilot with one of our clients. So we are working with the local customs authority to declare the goods while they are in our warehouse in the US, and we will ship the goods only when the goods are cleared. I mean, once they are declared in our system and also in the customs system, we have live integration with the customs department, and only when the goods are declared, it will be even shipped out of our warehouse. So until then, the goods still remain in our warehouse. So this is for the security, and also it's from the requirement from the government. Next. So our next offering is, I believe most of you are interested in opening an e-shop or a marketplace that can benefit your islands. So we offer a SaaS solution that is available right now, like a marketplace or an e-shop can be set up in less than 5 minutes. So once you need an e-shop or you need a marketplace where you can add more of your local merchants, it will take you 5 minutes for you to set up. Depends on what you are actually expecting. And if there is a customization required, it depends on your requirement, and it can be customized by yourself. The entire process from creating onboarding, rerouting, or like creating DNS records, it takes maximum like 30 minutes for you to set up a store. And we are, again, working with, we're expecting to work with UPU on PTC for integrating the system with IPS and CDS for international shipments, which we expect to start soon. So the Shift Commerce will have an ordering platform like any other, and it will have both web application and mobile application white labeled in your requirement, and the web application and the mobile applications will also be available in less than 30 minutes. So once you sign up, it's exported as an application immediately, and it can be uploaded to your stores. And it takes Apple and Google's time to approve, but otherwise the store is the marketplace is set up in less than 30 minutes. So it includes seller aggregation. You can add any number of merchants, any number of products. Again, you can work on more local works. Say, for example, when I'm looking at Sheshel's, when I came in, I wanted to order some food, but the delivery is available only for a time frame until like 5 o'clock in the evening, but I'm hungry by 9 in the night. So I find no option for me to dine in also or for delivery. The postal departments can use this function to list not just merchants who sell anything abroad, also they can add them for delivery in the local. So that way you can add restaurants, saloons, or spas. You can use it for potentially any merchant that has an MID or like they want to have their presence online. It is all available. So maybe a general store, a drink shop, or they want to deliver a package from one place to the other. So it can all be done starting in 10 minutes. So this also will cover fulfillment delivery. So we have a system that it's already integrated. The courier application will be directly in sync with the system. So the users can track in live where is their package and from either it's shipped or it is on the way, and they can get a live tracking of their package. So payments and checkout, we already have about 70 to 80 payment gateways integrated by default. So that way, most of the payment gateways are already integrated, except for the fact if you will use something from your own country, then it will take maybe for us another couple weeks for us to study and integrate. But otherwise, most of the international gateways like PayPal, Stripe, Amazon Pay, and Alipay are already integrated to the system. And it includes a customer support. This I will talk in the next slide. Analytics and reports for each post office, for the sales reports and for settlements. This will act like acquiring solution outside of any payment processing. So you will have your payment gateway you are going to issue store for all. You're going to be acquiring on behalf of the customer, and you are going to settle for each customer. So it enables you to give merchants like small ones around the place, and they can get benefited from this. Next one, please. So our next solution, what we'd like to talk is SwiftShove. This is an AI-powered customer data platform. So it will have full end-to-end encrypted chat support and also call support. So this is like a ticketing system that you're usually having, but with a live support. So connecting to an agent through an omni-channel space that you can connect with all the applications that's available right now, say with Telegram, WhatsApp, or with our own widget that you can embed into your system, or you can actually embed into any third-party systems that you currently use. It is not limited like, okay, it can be used only with our existing system. You can use it with any of your applications that you're using right now. So it gives you an option for you to engage with the customer and for segmenting the customers. So you may be using some other system right now for an online commerce, or you have any other customer data, but you can make full use of the data using our platform. You just need to upload all the data. This is, again, we are working on GDPR compliance, and also it can be made on premises. It is not completely, it's to be on cloud. So we have, most importantly, we have customizable bots. It's, again, you can customize it however it is required. Based on your services, when a customer is going to start texting, you can either define it needs to be done with a bot, or it will be rewriting it to a customer, to an agent. So during working hours, thank you. During working hours or post-working hours, your customer support will always be available. The agents will also have a mobile application, so you don't need a computer to access any of our solutions. All our solutions are mobile optimized, and we have a mobile application for that. So any agent or a merchant, if they say, okay, I don't have investment for me to buy a computer, or I cannot have technology, they obviously have a smartphone. So we have it available in both Android and iOS. So that way it is possible for anyone to start selling using your marketplace instantly. And they can communicate with the customer. So the most important part is, like, all the marketplaces right now, what they do is they don't let you talk to the merchant. As a government operator, you cannot put more effort on support in full. Say, like, after working hours, the merchant is still working. The post office or the operator closes maybe by about 6 o'clock in the evening at max. But the merchant works till 11. If a customer wants to communicate with the merchant, they either have to call or visit them directly. But with our solution, you can have this in-app. The customer can communicate directly to the merchant by chat or by phone, or we have an in-app calling solution that can also be used, so they can directly connect to the merchant. And we have instant broadcasts, say for any announcements that you want to do to your customers, like there is a shipment delay, or if there is going to be an outage, or you're stopping deliveries for today, it can also be used segmented. So like I said, this system is fully integrated with our Shift Hub and also with Shift Commerce platform. So if you will use the segmentation, and if you're going to use geofencing, you can select which geofence you have to send or trigger this message. Say, for example, let's take Victoria is the only place where you want to send the message. Like, okay, some merchant may be having an offer, okay, that he wants to give only to Victoria, like not from outside. So he can select which customers live, his existing customers who live in there, can only they will get the notification regarding his offer, or maybe it's from the post office regarding their delivery. This is one additional function that we have. Next. Okay, this is our last offer, and our newest one, what we have come up. So Stamp Smart is actually, we are using Shift Commerce for powering Stamp Smart. This is actually a multi-postal operator marketplace that we are working with multiple operators right now to list their stamps and collectibles. So why we are going in this approach is to host and to inventory it and also to fulfill the stamps, so which makes it easier for the postal operator to concentrate on their core business. So here, when there is a stamp that is being issued by a postal operator, say, okay, that's the next slide. So we have a central listing for all the stamp issuers and dealers. ability to purchase from multiple issuers. Say the collector, when the big problem what the collectors have right now is they are not able to buy different kind of stamps at the same time. So they have to go to a dealer, which the prices are more or expensive, and they are not able to collect it. They are not able to buy it from one place. So what we are trying here is to list all the stamps from multiple postal operators and to host them in one place. So we'll be having a warehouse, we already have, and we'll be doing the fulfillment process. This will eliminate mostly the issue what the customers are facing. At any given time, say for example, if one customer wants to buy one stamp, they are not going to stop only there when they find few more stamps relating to it. Say, let's say there is a new release today from a country. They will also see other options that's released on the same date, so which gives them more options. And again, the platform, as I explained, we have it configured with about 100 local currencies that's accepted globally. We are working with multiple partners, and it is a multilingual platform. We right now have it with about 35 languages already translated. We will take care of the customer support for all the orders placed through our system, and we will take care of all the technology part over there to improve it continuously and to update it. So let's see how it works. So the postal operator issues a stamp. The stamps are not, then the stamps are received in our warehouse. Once the stamp is issued, it is going to be received in our warehouse, centrally located in an SEZ, where there is no tax compliance or tax issues that may arise. Then we qualify them. We have to do the quality check, and we will be uploading all the stamps into the system. So then we give the option for the collector to place the order. Once we receive the order, the stamps are picked up and packed accordingly, and then it's labeled. So we are going to fulfill the orders only with EMS, so that way the postal operator, we are working on an agreement how we can benefit both the selling country, sending country, and the receiving country. It is still in discussion. We are not able to conclude it, but it will be done through EMS. So we will send the tracking information to the customer, and the customer receives the goods. And at any point of time, if there is any information the customer requires, he will contact directly with us. And there is an option, like I explained in Shift Commerce. The customer can communicate with the issuer. They'll also have an option to communicate with you if there is any stamps that's not listed here and they want to purchase directly from you. We also work on a hybrid model, like the orders are received from our system and we will pass it to you. And we also, in this using this system, each operator will get their own website for them to cater their local market. Say, since we have the ability to configure it at the landing level, we'll be able to reroute the traffic based on the IPs. So if somebody from Seychelles needs to order for Seychelles stamps, if they have their own website, we will reroute it to their own website. If they don't have it, they can use our existing website that they can benefit from. So where the local collectors can collect it easily from them. And they can also pick it up from a post office or have it delivered. So the benefits include for Stamp Smart to expand reach. So globally, we have about 50 million collectors. And if we are going to look at the total number of sales right now, it's going down is only because they're not able to collect from each and every one of the operator. And most of the operators are even not known to the collectors. They find it very hard for them to collect. So with one platform unified and where the inventory and fulfillment is done, it will be easy for them to access to it. So as I mentioned before, it will increase the sales for stamps, and it will also increase the product discovery. Maybe the postal operator might have not been known for a long time, but by putting them in a marketplace, it will increase their exposure. Stock clearance. So this is like, okay, you have more number of more number of old stamps that you already have printed, and you had no option to sell them in the past. So when you're going to give an exposure to the collectors from you have your old collections, you'll be able to clear your old stock much faster. And it will also reduce your operational cost. You don't need to do any operating except for PR and issuing. And after that, the order processing is completely handled by us. So order fulfillment, again, it is we will be able to handle it much efficient, sitting in a well-connected zone where we'll have daily flights to around 100 countries, so which makes it easier for the collector to get the stamps much faster. We will integrate, again, we have already integrated with many technologies that will require to make this more successful. So that way your products will also be exposed to more number of collectors. And again, I mentioned about centralized customer care. We'll take care of the entire customer support right from pre-sales. If you will have any pre-releases, like we can also list it over here before the release, and we can have pre-ordering. And also, if there is any auctionable postal collectibles, that can also be listed in a single place, not rather through a dealer or an auction house. It can directly be held online right from the merchant. We're still working on how we can enclose the delivery for more valuable items, but it will happen in the near future. Okay, our case study. Our platform is widely used in the CIS countries. So, and also the MENA region, we have a few operators who use. Let's take other Post. They use almost all our solutions. They have increased their productivity, or they have increased their volume by 150,000 packages per month by using Shift Hub. So they are using it for first mile, middle mile, and last mile. And this has increased their sorting efficiency. They have increased their partnership with local and global marketplaces where they are able to integrate with them directly. Also, they have we have deployed payment aggregation for them. So for using each post office as a point of sale or as a place where the customers can make use to make payments by card and by cash, and who doesn't accept online payments. And we have also increased their ability to add more PUDO points, delivery boxes, and for door-to-door operations, all using one application. And again, our offer says a special one we offer it for mostly all the countries when they're onboarding to try. So for SIDS, we want to start with offering it for 0 down payment. So you can try as long as you require. For you to understand our system, you want to do integrating with any of your local payment gateways, and you can get it actually started in less than a day. It doesn't require it needs like months of explanation or like changes or translation. The basic postal operations are already pre-configured, even for hub operations, and also for e-commerce. It is fully integrated end-to-end. So it doesn't require anything to be customized except for the fact to add your own branding. It doesn't take any other time. So we have content management system built in, so you can add as many pages you need for your explanation to the public, and it has full API, full open API. You'll be able to make use of it to connect with any external operators, integrations, whatever is required. And as I mentioned, it can be launched in less than a day. Thank you. Is there any questions? Yeah, Santosh. Yeah, I can.
So you mentioned that, especially. Thank you. You mentioned that for your the SaaS platform for building e-commerce stores, not the marketplaces, individual stores. And is it a SaaS? It's a SaaS based, right?
It is a SaaS, yes.
And you say it could be ready for 30 to 40 minutes to any small and medium customers if they
It
want
actually takes less than a minute, to be
Okay.
frank. Yeah,
Okay,
30
good.
minutes is depending on your configuration for CNAME, domain names and stuff, yes.
So
Setup is usually taking less than a minute, yeah.
And how do you do offer product support? From where?
We offer product support from two destinations, one from US and from Azerbaijan right now, so where we are located right now.
Okay. It's pretty interesting because as Ship2Mighty's journey is progressing, and one other thing was to enable these merchants to run their own offers and their campaigns, and it requires a system like that. We certainly should talk and see how we could engage further. Thank
This
you.
actually has more features. Actually, I was not discussing on the other parts like promotions and offers that has to be sent to the customers, or it can be added with the custom offers for custom vendors. Say like a bank want to tie up with you to send something and they want to give offer to particular clients. It can also be done. So it has more features that I can possibly give you a demo.
Yeah, good, great story. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
So you mentioned that you can create a website or a marketplace in within 5-10 minutes for any postal administration. I'm right?
Yes, sir.
So we can make a queue and come to see you, and after the workshop.
I'm just sitting in the last row for to give way for all of you to come there. Yeah, of course.
No, it's true. If you can do it, it will help for us because we want to have this platform, and we can bring it home as a gift from this workshop.
Sure. You're more welcome. We can, if anybody wants to create an e-shop or a marketplace today, right here, we can assist you. And it won't take much time. Like I said, it will take only hardly about 10 minutes if you have your branding materials with you, like logo, and you know your color codes and stuff. So it can be set up in less than 10 minutes. I can show you a live demo if required, but I think
no, it's okay. We will meet you. Sure.
And also the support part where we are actually seeing there is a lag with most of the postal operators is because they're unable to add a live chat or an offline. Say, for example, calling a post office, they don't have a toll-free number. It's actually expensive, but most of the countries now offer more data than calling. So as our technology is web TRC, and we are able to make it in-app calling, so that way it eliminates the carrier costs. So that way you can utilize your internet and harness. Maybe you can communicate with the customer from any platform, like WhatsApp, Telegram, even Messenger, Instagram. You can connect from anywhere. And all your agents will have a mobile application. They don't need a computer to sit and work. Once the chat is assigned to them, they can also call to them with on the phone. I mean, like to connect through audio if they have trouble communicating by chat. They can also make a two-way conference, and they can definitely communicate. And we also have an ID verification system that's incorporated inside Shift Serve, which can also be used for identity verification purposes. So it is still in beta. We are releasing it in possibly end of May. It's AI powered again, and it will be it should be available much sooner. Any questions? Okay. Thank you.
So thank you, Vivek, for that presentation. It was very detailed, and I think there is a lot of interest from the room. So maybe they can come see you during the break to set up that. So up next, we have a very important topic, postal security. And presenting this topic via an open discussion will be one member from the UPU's Caribbean security team. So I would like to invite Cecil Benjamin to the stage, please.
Good afternoon, colleagues. I think I have a pretty important job this evening. Offline, I was asked to ensure you don't fall asleep. So the format of this presentation will be a discussion. It isn't going to be me talking. It can be information coming back. I think by now most of us are familiar that the UPU is offering a certification process which ensures or tries to ensure that the entire postal chain is secured. And from the current document, the certification process for the UPU security standards S5859, as their introduction, they say the objectives to ensure that we can educate, raise awareness, and increase security within all operations in the postal sector. This process is intended to provide a means to assist member countries in identifying opportunities to improve security, measure the degree of compliance to the UPU security standards, and formally recognize successful implementation of the standards. In this room, we have, from my region, a designated operator who would have just achieved the gold certification. So we'll be calling on them to indicate what the process was like for them. And during this discussion, we can discuss what we would like to see going forward, what suggestions we can make to make it more applicable to the smaller designated operators, because it does call for a certain amount of changing of our train of thought, or policies or procedures to ensure that we can meet the requirements of these standards. There are 12 main areas that are normally looked at in order to perform your own self-assessment workbook. And if we look at the standards, look at the certification requirements, we will see that this is the part that usually causes the most challenge, especially to smaller operators, because it requires lots of documentation. There are many policies and procedures we have in place. The procedures, we do them every day, but we do not have them documented. And so that is where the problem usually starts. But through a collaborative mechanism where we work together and assist one another forward, we would be able to help each other achieve all of the requirements for the appropriate certification. So the 12 areas in general that you are required to meet would be your risk assessment for each of your critical facilities. The certification is not for the designated operator. It is for the critical facilities that the designated operator has identified. So you can have for your Office of Exchange, your airmail unit, depending on the size of your country, you may have multiple offices of exchange. For each critical facility, you must have a documented facility security plan. That is an area, especially in the Caribbean, that causes us a little gripe. Critical facility design standards. For most of us, We are still a department of government. The post office was assigned a space in a government-owned building. So we don't have any access, or we would have never had access to the plans. And it would never occur to us that we would need to have access to the plans for the building. But in performing your self-assessment, these things would come out. The fourth broad area is your perimeter barriers and security. And for all of these broad areas we're mentioning, they either ask for an annual assessment report or weekly reports. So this would tell you you need to update your policy. So for perimeter barriers, someone will need to perform a perimeter inspection on a weekly basis and document it, because they're asking for the last two. So that would be a change in your policy. Locking mechanism and key control. You can either have your manual key, you can have a swipe card. If you are using your keys, you must have a key register. Somebody has to ensure that the key register is used. You have to verify that the keys are stored safely and would be issued by the appropriate officer, who then maintains the register. You must have access control and ID for both your employees, your visitors, your service providers, and any contractors or vendors that you may have. The HR people are not getting away, even though this appears to be operational. You need to provide documentation of your hiring policy. Documented. Even if it is as simple as, oh, we are a department of government, so the central government does the hiring on our behalf. They do the firings, they do the disciplinary matters. It has to be documented. Training. There must be ongoing training within the organization for the same 5859. Just to show you how important that is, Barbados was first certified in September of 2016. I am the only officer serving today who was part of that process. And this is both from the Barbados Post or the U.S. Postal Inspection Service that carried out the actual inspection of Barbados. Everybody else has retired. So we can't decide we are finding 4 people to do this process for us. You need 4 people, backed up by 4, backed up by 4, and keep pushing it down the line so that everybody knows what it's about. And as you start to talk training, I'll give a plug. You need to have all of your operations staff. I would like to suggest all of your staff should do the basic train post security. Because a counter cashier can't accept a small packet if they don't know what is not allowed. You can't work in the operations center if you don't know what is not allowed. You can't work at the airmail facility if you don't know. So this, we should be going forward, in my estimation, every member of staff. After you join the organization, you have 6 months. Train post. Get that one out of the way. And then depending on which department you ultimately end in, go back to train post and do the appropriate training for whichever area you're in. 9, transportation and conveyance. We have to document whether the mail is transported by post office vehicles, driven by post office staff. If you have contractors, what are the security measures on the actual vehicles? Do the drivers have access to the cargo hold, or is the cargo hold separate and carries a different key, and the key would then be at the office, the other facility that it is going to? You need to document your primary routes between your two locations, and something we generally don't think about in the small islands. You have to also identify secondary routes, maybe even tertiary routes, and it must be documented. 10, you must have a compliance audit program and oversight. For the Office of Exchange, the supervisor of the Office of Exchange cannot be the person who checks the box to say, yes, all of the things we are supposed to do, we have been doing. It has to be somebody else from another section if you're keeping it in-house. The HR manager cannot be the one to say, yes, all of the documents we require have been put together in a folder. Somebody else has to come and verify that. And all of this is now leading up to number 11, a postal security unit. The size of it and its composition is based on your organization. In the Caribbean, we have posts that range in size from 11 persons. Barbados is about 400, and we have some up to 1,000. So a post with 11 persons could never have a security team of 12 people. One of 1,000, it would not be appropriate to have a security team of 4. So we would need to look at our organization, our scale of organization, and put the appropriate officers generally based on their post into the security audit team, the security unit. And there's a requirement to gather information, have your contact numbers all published. And this usually forms part of your critical facility plan. Your disaster recovery, same thing, must be a plan. If you are not familiar with it, it seems like quite a bit of work. There are just around 70 specific things that you are required to complete as a part of your self-assessment workbook. And the only way you can get to 70 is by starting at number 1. The first attempt you make at completing your workbook may not necessarily be what the UPU considers to be their standard. And that is where working together, we bring along each other. We can identify the challenges that we would have had. We can offer each other the benefit of the documentation that we would have previously prepared, taking out any information that is critical to your facility, but that they can use as a basis to build their documentation. And by doing that, we are all as strong as the weakest link. So you are bringing each other together. And we build up each other region by region. And to prove that even though we are different regions and we have different experiences, with Ms. Bousson's permission, I will allow Warren to identify some of the issues, the challenges he had in preparing the documentation, the process for Seychelles. And I will then follow that with Mr. Brown Carey. They just were awarded the gold. Barbados is still going through the process to be recertified. They haven't set a date for us yet. I understand that you would have just, were in the process of getting ready your documents for submission. He would have just been awarded a goal. And we would see, pick your fight. Choose who you are comfortable working with. It is the same for all of us. What do you call that? Teams, Zoom. Doesn't even mean you need to be in the same time zone. It is the same standards that we all work. Email your documents. Somebody give them a look over. They say, strengthen this section here, take out this piece, and you go again. And the process for your actual audit will actually be that. You'll be sending your documents to and fro. You'll be taking photos as proof. And the audit team will meet with you a number of times. So by the time they visit your organization, it is to observe what you would have indicated on your form, ask questions of your staff, and being an auditor, let me tell you now, if you are guiding me to speak to this person, I'm going to ask to go to the bathroom for 2 minutes, and I will talk to somebody else in the corridor. When I'm coming back, I'm talking to somebody you are not expecting me to speak to. So you need to have your staff understanding what the thing is about. You can't identify 4 people and just guide the auditor just to them. It ain't going to work. We learned that the hard way when the U.S. Postal Inspection Service came to Barbados. But fortunately for us, we ensured that we brought everyone together as we were preparing the documents, so everybody knew what the whole process was. And before they came, we allowed them to see what we had submitted. The doors are the doors, the windows are the windows, but everybody had to be singing from the same hymn sheet, basically. So, Mr. Warren, if you're ready for me, let the room know. What challenges did you have? For Seychelles, did you also have the same issues with a lack of documentation? Pictures is on the stem. Yeah.
Okay, good evening. Good afternoon. Basically, in Seychelles, as you know, the facility itself, it's a national monument. So we cannot do any modification on the building. So right now we are with the warehouse that's supposed to be built by the end of this year. So basically the main issue that I'm facing in Seychelles regarding the security is that manpower itself. That's the first issue. And like I say, my hands is tied because the facility itself is not for the postal servicing 100%. It's for the Ministry of Finance. That's it.
You're operating in the facility. And if you are currently operating a facility, do what you can do. That's the other misconception. The UPU standards are trying to ensure that we all meet a minimum standard. We are not asking you to go and knock down a building and put in a steel cage, right or wrong. Do the best you can do with your current facility. If you have a door like this, put a lock with a key. If you get a couple more dollars, you put the swipe card. And it gets a little more fun when you go to the swipe card, because then I can enter the door between 12 and 5. You can do it 24 hours a day. It gets a little easier if you can afford the electronics and you have the appropriate technical people to maintain, because you need to update cards when an officer leaves. You need to deactivate the card. And just like how you have the checklists for when you were onboarding an officer, so you make sure anything you issue them, when they're leaving, you check it off. I understand your challenge. Grenada is having the same challenge you are having. They're looking for a home to the current building they're in, because they're waiting to get their building. Your documentation for your hiring, your training, recording, your compliance. So there's still some other things you can work on in the absence of having that building. And even with your current building, you can have a conversation with your police service, your annual security audit. So even that you can do, if you get where I'm coming from. So there's still things you can do to raise the level of security, because sometimes some of the challenges we have with the airlines, because this is really for airline security. These standards deal with the bomb in the box. Once the airlines feel comfortable that there are standards in place, they will be more amenable to move mail for all of us. Mr. Brown, Mr. Gold, talk to me.
Afternoon, everybody. Before the pandemic, we actually had a silver certification. In terms of challenges, as Sir Benjamin would have said, we had that checklist with those 70 questions, and we had to assemble the documentation. There were emails back and forth. First of all, you had to also identify a country project team who was the country project manager. So that would be the point person that would be dealing with the main auditor who is coming in. We would exchange documentation. In the middle of that, in the previous certification, because Jamaica Post, our headquarters, is at a purpose-built building. Our customs functions we were asked to move our custom functions to the airport in a different facility, which is a smaller space. And so that, again, was a lot of readjustment, new documentation on how we manage out there. So that was part of the challenge. And the process took almost a year with the documentation going back and forth, and then assigning the date for the visit. And as Sir Benjamin said, the auditors came in, they asked questions, and not necessarily who you're going to direct them to. They'll ask questions of they'll be on the ground and they'll just go up to somebody and ask a question as how something would work. One interesting thing, in the middle of the audit, we had an earthquake on the building. So they actually got to see a live demonstration of a real earthquake drill. And that was interesting, but I think they were pleased as well with that. So yes, we had our challenges, but as he said, it's a whole communication and collaborative process, because don't think that persons are coming there to try and fail. They want every DO that becomes stronger, it is better for the whole network, right? Because your certification goes to strengthen the whole network to say, okay, fine. Of the 192 members, the 192 members are doing things properly, and so as Sir Benjamin said, the airlines again won't have to worry about certain things. So there will it might get rough sometimes, especially say, well, wait, I don't have necessarily documentation for this, or I need to update a version. But it's a real collaborative process, and if once you put in the work, you'll see the reward. So, that's it for me right now.
Thank you for sharing, but I just want to correct you on one thing you said that I know is wrong. I was not a part of your review team, but I'm positive they didn't need to have a live demonstration of an earthquake.
No, well, we arrange things. We arrange things.
But you got your big friends, so you arranged the earthquake.
Yeah, we got. I think Barbados had an earthquake the morning before. Actually,
the same morning.
The same morning, right?
So when I was calling Devon to tell him I had one, he would say, "Hey, we have one right now." But the point you just raised is very important. The actual interview, the site visit, the way how the program is structured, it is not to make you fail. It's to make you pass. That is why you're having your documents, you're having your calls, you're exchanging photos. And as he said, it took him a year. There's no time limit. You just start. Okay, I need to change windows. I need to put this in place. How long is it going to take? 3 months. All right, do it and get back to me. So by the time you get the on-site visit, you pretty much know what your outcome will be. Will it be bronze? Will it be silver? Will it be gold? They're now having the plus certification, but we'll leave that for another conversation. And coming down the pipe right now, for islands, we are mainly concerned with aviation security, but maritime, road and rail, coming down the pipeline by the end of this year. Okay, is there any other person in the room who would wish to share?
Yes, thank you, Cecil. I just wanted to reiterate what you said about the security review process, that our intention at the UPU is to enable countries and facilities to pass the certification process. And as you know, we have had several capacity building activities throughout 2022, 2023, and also some planned for this year as well, to create and to maintain regional pools of security experts, particularly to take away the stigma associated with security audits. So right now we're doing security review missions, and for Caribbean and for Pacific and for, in fact, all regions, we have pools of security experts who conduct these missions, who are there to help you from the initial phase, as you said before, to give you advice, to give you support, whatever missing documents that you may have, or things to improve in your facilities. They are there to support that, to ensure that you get certified. So I just wanted to mention that as well.
Yeah, to reiterate, then Barbados started our process. I think we would have started maybe 2014, and then we finally had our audit in 2016. The U.S. Postal Inspection Service was the entity performing all the audits at that point. And we can understand why we needed the U.S. Postal Inspection Service to come into the Caribbean to inspect us and then leave. Why we didn't have persons from among our teams who were able to do it. So then the next couple of years, you had a series of training sessions. And then bit by bit, we started including persons from the region in the teams with the Americans doing the support. Until now, we do our own with the support of the UPU. From time to time, the Americans also come in, lend their assistance, which is greatly appreciated. But each of us should be a security expert in our own right. If you don't know the security, you can't go through the process. So in all of our designated operators, we have that skill. And sometimes you feel more comfortable speaking and sharing information with persons that you are familiar with. Is there any other person? Antigua Barbuda.
Cecil, good presentation. Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, you're spot on, Mr. Benjamin. But one thing we have to consider, right, in moving forward with all these requirements that we are not taking into consideration, the governments have to be on board with the post office and have post office as a priority. Now, these are critical things that we need, and if the government does not see the post office as a secured environment, that should be a secured environment, we're not going to get these things. I mean, basic things like, for example, a post office has to have security cameras in place because we have mails, packages passing through ever so often. And depends on the cost, they might not see that as a priority, right, which set back certain security features they want to put in place. So I think that the government, first of all, powers that be, has to see the post office as a priority to get these security features in place. Thank you.
Again, you're my friend. These are the minimum security requirements. There's nowhere in these requirements require any post office to have cameras. In 2024, you would expect they would, but you don't need to have cameras. Have manned security. Lock your doors. Not having access controls, not having CCTV cameras will not cause you to fail. It would not cause you to get a lower grade either. Just a point. Jamaica.
And just to support you with that, Cecil, because as you said, if you want to even go further, you said those are almost like bells and whistles then, right? But in terms of having, I would say to DOs, in terms of getting your governments on board, just to inform them that if you don't meet the minimum standard, then we won't be allowed to operate. So at least you would go to them and show them what the minimum standards are, and get that necessary buy-in so that you'd have that in place. Because they also need to understand that if you as a post office can operate, how it affects them and how it affects the economy. So you have to have that conversation then. That's just my view.
I would almost put my head on the block to say that for all the things that are important, we meet the minimum standards. Our problem is usually documentation. We do not document. We know the post, we know the country. Boom, we do it. We did not have a culture or a history of documenting. This is a structured program that calls for that. And so that calls for a change in the way we do business. It doesn't require $100,000 US dollars to achieve. The documentation may be a couple evenings extra each week. Do we have anyone from the Pacific Islands that wishes to share? because I know it has to be a challenge when you have multiple islands forming the island. We have Antigua and Barbuda, Trinidad and Tobago in the Caribbean. We don't have any country that is comprised of 115 islands, 200 islands. Yes, ma'am, in the rear. I can see your sign. Apologies for that.
Okay, good afternoon. I'm Juliette Pascal from Seychelles, background airline. I realize the importance of what you're discussing this afternoon. At the end of the day, it's for the security of the passengers of the aircraft. And us as a ground handler in an airline, we have to comply to those requirements when it comes to security. We are audited. We have to go through training. There's a number of things we have to go through. So I fully understand what we're trying to say. So it's really, really important when you think of it for the safety of an aircraft.
Thank you very much. The whole process is indeed to protect the whole supply chain, which includes you as our partner. And I thank you very much for that interjection. Is there anyone else? PTC?
Thank you, Mr. Benjamin. But actually, I want to touch on not physical security, but digital security. So I don't know if you want to focus first on physical security, and then I'd like to speak at the end. Thank you.
Okay, so you want to come and do that now then?
Okay.
And with our CDS, yeah, you deal with that one. The resident, the car, yeah, you deal with that part. So we deal with this in two. Is there anyone else who would like to speak to the physical security standards, anything that needs slight clarification before we let the PTC come, and then speak on the electronic data exchanges that they will have with currently the airlines and going forward with the maritime, rail, and road transportation companies? Well, no, I don't see anyone sleeping, so I achieved what I came here to do. And I can now hand over to the PTC director, who will then guide you on the current tools that are provided by the UPU to assist us to make our airline colleagues happy and comfortable to continue working with us and providing the service that we expect without bumping our meals. Yeah, I'm seeing your head going up, so please speak to your colleagues in the Caribbean and ask them not to bump meals for passenger luggage. Hold on there, Lati. I was seeing a sign somewhere in the middle. I just saw a sign behind there somewhere. Yes, you have the floor. Microphone. On the base. The gray button on the base.
Sorry. My problem is my English is very bad. So, si quelqu'un peut traduire ce que je dis, ce serait mieux. Please.
Okay. Go right ahead.
Ok. C'est au nom de Madagascar.
You come from Madagascar?
Tout d'abord, je voudrais adresser toutes mes félicitations envers la Poste de Seychelles pour cette très belle organisation. C'est une très belle réussite. Donc, félicitations aux Seychelles.
He wishes to convey his many thanks to the Seychelles Post for organizing this event. It's a great opportunity.
Félicitations également pour l'UPU, pour cette très belle initiative d'avoir réuni toutes les îles du monde. Ça nous permet de de nous connaître et d'échanger entre nous-mêmes. C'est la première fois que je vois Vanuatu, Tonga, Barbados, on est ensemble. Donc c'est bravo à l'UPU et Monsieur le VDG. Merci à vous.
He also wishes to thank the UPU for being the organizer of this conference. It's an opportunity for all these island nations to actually come together. It's a great opportunity. It's a great feeling to be in the same room as countries such as Barbados and the other nations, which he's mentioned. I'm pretty sure you've heard. So.
Kindly thank him for his kind words.
Et Maldives aussi, à côté, à mes
Il vous
côtés.
remercie pour votre mot de remerciement.
Pardon?
Il dit merci pour les mots de remerciement.
Ok.
Allez.
Bon, je voudrais intervenir juste pour partager nos expériences. Il y a 2 semaines, les consultants et experts de l'UPU étaient venus à Madagascar pour évaluer tout ce qu'on a fait pour obtenir la certification de sécurité postale.
So it's been 2 weeks now since the UPU's come to Madagascar to actually do the certification.
Ça fait exactement 1 année que Madagascar a déposé la demande pour avoir cette certification. Et ce que je voudrais partager avec vous, c'est que ce n'était pas du tout facile. C'était vraiment très, 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 très difficile.
So basically, it's been a year since Madagascar had placed the request for this to be done, and in actual fact, it was not an easy feat.
Et M. Benjamin a eu raison quand il disait que qu'il y a des travaux sur les documentations. Comme je disais à mes collègues à Madagascar, là maintenant on est en train de passer aux examens de ce qu'on a préparé depuis 1 année, parce qu'il y a eu la préparation des documents, les préparations sur le site, les préparations, les répétitions de ce qu'il faut faire dans le centre de tri et bureau d'échange. Donc, il y avait des différentes étapes d'examen, quoi.
So the assessment is currently being done. So over the past year, there's been a lot of preparations done, and it took quite a lot. They invested quite a lot in the preparation. It actually involved the team to actually get this done.
Mais l'essentiel, le plus important, c'est que ça nous a aidé à améliorer tout ce qu'on a déjà eu avant. Ça nous a aidé, comme Benjamin a dit, ça nous a aidé à retrouver, à refaire tous les documents, toutes les procédures. On a mis à jour toutes les procédures. On a mis à jour tous les documents. On a rénové tout le local. On a tout refait, quoi. Donc, certification, oui, mais surtout, ça nous a permis de tout refaire. Ça nous a permis de tout rénover pour avoir vraiment une qualité meilleure, quoi.
So basically, not only is the assessment being done in terms of assessing what they have, but it has actually, over the past year, allowed them to align some of their policies, their documents, their services. It has allowed them to put things up to date. It has permitted renovations to be done. Some things are actually new. They've actually put in place new things. So it's been actually an opportunity to put themselves up to date as part of the process of leading up to this assessment.
Oui, parce qu'il fallait tout changer. Il fallait changer les habitudes. Il fallait changer les mentalités. Il fallait changer tout.
So it was not just a physical change in terms of the post office and the service, but it was actually an opportunity to change the mindset, the attitude of the people on the ground.
Tout ça, c'est pour nous aider à avoir d'une qualité meilleure, hein, pour nos services. Donc, ce que je voudrais partager avec vous, donc, c'est de vous encourager, ceux qui n'ont pas encore fait la demande. Je vous encourage à le faire, à aller de l'avant, à faire mieux, à améliorer la qualité de nos services et déposer cette demande de certification. Parce que Madagascar l'a eu là, il y a 2 semaines. On est donc certifié maintenant. Comme les experts ont dit, vous êtes déjà certifié, mais le résultat officiel sera proclamé à l'UPU pendant la session de CEP. Donc, j'espère qu'on aura l'or, mais pas le bronze et l'argent, quoi.
So basically what he's encouraging the other countries that are yet to request for the assessment is to actually go through this process, because it's been a great opportunity for Madagascar to move forward as part of this, of the preparation leading up to the assessment. And the certification part's been done, and hopefully the results will be announced very soon.
Donc, bon courage à vous tous. Merci.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much for sharing your experience with us. And I will therefore suggest that Mr. Gomes from Antigua have a word with you to see how you were able to convince your government to assist you in upgrading your facilities.
Il suggère que vous parlez avec le monsieur venant de Antigua pour que vous puissiez l'encourager aussi à faire la certification. Pour lui encourager d'informer aussi comment tu as pu parler avec ton gouvernement, convaincre votre gouvernement à passer dans cette période de certification.
Avec plaisir, oui. OK.
Thank you very much, colleagues. Mr. Matata.
Thank you, Mr. Benjamin, and I cannot be as charismatic as you, so please forgive me, everybody. I have a lot to say on digital security. Thank you. So, dear senior management and representatives from intergovernmental bodies, the topic of digital security, or what we call cyber security, has come to the front of our minds. I may start by going backwards. So you hear expressions like data is the new oil, data is the new gold. We are data companies, we're no longer logistics companies. It's because as the UPU, we are becoming very much data-driven. I would say in the early 90s or late 90s, we used to send data to each other for the purposes of customer tracking, providing a good experiences to our customers. And then from the 2000s, we started using data to exchange accounting information. Now, the latest, let's say, evolution is we are now exchanging data for customs security, clearance, and physical assessment. This last step is actually now being used to determine whether a postal item actually leaves the country or not. So I like to describe it that in the past, the data, that is a picture from 10 years ago. It's photoshopped to make me look very nice, not the reality. So the main point I want to make is while in the past, data followed the postal item as it went from the sender to the receiver, now the data precedes the postal item, and it decides where the postal item will be, whether it leaves the country, whether it arrives at the destination. So this is a critical paradigm shift. As a result of that, we are now dependent on our IT systems even more. We are now dependent on our systems to capture data. We are now dependent on the quality of the data. So all this new dimension, of course, puts a burden on all of us as the UPU. There are some benefits. I will speak of this at the end. Now, you've, I'm sure, seen a lot of correspondence, sad news about postal operators whose operations have been brought down by cyber attacks. And this is a continuous process that has been happening, I'd say, over the last 2 or 3 years. And it is not getting better. So we have been responding. We have all been responding. Now, this is all about improving our security of data management. I must, of course, speak about the PTC because we manage a lot of the data on the postal IT network. We, of course, deliver solutions to you. So we have been doing this, I'd say, been aware that we need to be very mature in this aspect since 2015. And we got certified against a particular ISO security standard back in 2019, and we have maintained it. Now, this security standard covers all our data management processes. We are very specific about this. It's about cloud services, postnet, and big data. Now, we realized, of course, it's our maturity to you. It's our promise that we apply the best practices in security management when it comes to data. But this is not good enough, at least from the entire network. We need to go further. So for some of you who followed the Riyadh Congress last year, the Extraordinary Congress, you heard about the kind decision of Congress to allocate additional funds for the year 24 to 25, specifically on the focus of cybersecurity and improvement. And here, I want to speak about this area that we're now trying to, first of all, work on the International Bureau itself. We need to improve the security of the International Bureau, like any other intergovernmental organization. But that has not stopped us from starting to look at solutions for you, especially our SIDS postal operators. The first you heard from my colleague David Afsek speaking about the .post shared services platform, where now we are able to deliver to you very efficiently not only the domain, but associated security services and online services, which we shall make sure that they apply the best practices in online security. So we are getting there one step at a time. An additional initiative is what is called an Information Security Advisory Center. Now, it's still early days. We have what is most important from my point of view, funding for this from the US Tide Fund, and a very, very engaged .post steering committee members who are supporting us to drive this. And this will result in a postal sector-wide center which shall curate information related to cybersecurity, help you understand the threats around you, give you live information, give you the best practices on what you need to do to protect yourselves in this new era of cyber attacks. Additionally, I'm very pleased to say my colleague, the director of DCDev, and of course us are working to provide training under the TrainPost platform on cybersecurity awareness. So this essentially is all about providing information to your staff. The weakest link in cybersecurity is humans, it's not technology. You all know about these weird links that you get in your emails and you click on them and that's when the disaster happens. So awareness of your staff is critical to protecting all our IT networks. With that in mind, then, I wanted to speak to what Mr. Benjamin referred to. We are now collecting a lot of data, and this is, first of all, helping us, of course, provide information to our partners, our transporters, our airlines, and to our customs authorities, and essentially giving them the confidence that we have applied all the basic physical and digital security practices for them to safely deliver the mail, but also to provide more expedited customs clearance processes. In addition, we are looking to using this data for calculation of duties and taxes. And we had an excellent tour of the Victoria Post Office. So we want to thank Seychelles and of course, the CEO for that. And we learned very much how they are dealing with this. And what we intend to do is to provide solutions where this data that I'm speaking to includes duties and taxes calculations such that the process of clearing becomes even more smoother. And not, of course, not forgetting the payments aspect of it. We have been working to improve the data capture tools. So I hope you're all familiar with CDS, which includes for free an EAD mobile app. I'm pleased to say a lot of our SIDS postal operators already have this app. But it's a critical tool because what it does is it improves the quality of the data. That's an important point for our entire postal network. So it is a challenge, but there are benefits that we will begin to accrue and you will begin to benefit from as we continue improving the data. So I will leave it there, Mr. Benjamin. I still refer to you. And of course, as the PTC, we are here for you and we'll be happy to speak to you today and in the future on this topic. Thank you very much.
So thank you, Cecil, and thank you, Lati, for going over the physical security certification as well as touching on the cyber security as well. So now we have a request for the floor from the African Telecommunications Union. So I would like to invite John Omo to, you can either stay there and make your intervention or come up to the stage.
Thank you very much. That is not photoshopped. Clearly shows that I am who I am. Now, I wanted to just share some statistics with you about information in terms of what we are. If you can go ahead. My name is John Omo, the Secretary General of the African Telecommunications Union. So the world, just like the world of telecoms, just like the world of postal, has regional organizations. I think you call them restricted unions. And so if you come from the Americas, you have CETEL. If you come from Europe, there is CPT. If you come from Asia, there is APT. Eastern Europe and Northern Asia, there is RCC, and for Africa, it's the African Telecommunications Union. Just go ahead. Just go ahead. Just go ahead. So we are a membership organization, basically member states and the private sector. So out of the 54, or if you like, 53 countries in Africa, just about 2 of them are not our members, Eritrea, and where we are currently, Seychelles. The rest are all members of this union. Depending, I say depending on where you are, because sometimes we say it's 54 member states, or rather 54 countries. At other times, when convenient, we say 53. Now, because of course of liberalization and of the former P&T, next slide, we have had a lot of private sector in our work. And so this slide shows not all of them, but a couple of the big names that the big brands that you'd see globally participating in our work as members. And so, but the story is not here. The story comes later on, which is what I want to share with you. Just go ahead. I was only given 5 minutes. That's what we do, which is, I guess, known. Next slide. I guess, again, speaking to the postal industry, you know the challenges that affect the postal industry, not just here, but worldwide. And listening to the conversations yesterday and today, I think the single biggest infrastructure that will unlock this is some sort of technology that incorporates, that involves broadband connectivity. Next slide. and quite a number of those challenges that I talked about could be dealt with by the fourth industrial revolution technologies, be it Internet of Things, automation, AI or robotics or big data. We've seen this quite a bit in yesterday's presentation, a bit of this earlier today. And we have developed a roadmap for Africa in terms of the fourth industrial revolution, which our members are working on in terms of these various technologies. Now, next slide. This is where the story is. I've said that quite a number of postal challenges, I think, will be sorted out in a large measure by broadband connectivity. If you look at Africa vis-a-vis the world, Africa lags behind in quite a number of these areas. And so, be it broadband connectivity, be it, postal infrastructure. Meeting earlier today, I understood that some countries in Europe that could be the size of Swaziland have more postal workers, or rather, probably similar number of postal workers, same postal workers as Africa combined. But the challenge that I see with Africa is the challenge of broadband connectivity. And basically, Africa lags behind all the other regions when it comes to broadband connectivity. I think our interest today is how the SIDS are performing. Just before I stood, I received a very interesting email from the ITU that was released, statistics that were released yesterday in preparation for the fourth SIDS conference in Antigua and Barbuda. And this is what it reads. Surprisingly, in terms of African average, even SIDS in Africa are doing much, much better than other countries in Africa. So for example, internet use is in line with the world's average in SIDS. 65% of the population in SIDS were using the internet in 2023, that's last year, in line with the world's average. There were wide disparities though. The share in the Caribbean SIDS is 75%, which is almost double that of SIDS in the Pacific Islands, which is 41%. In Africa, it's even less than the 41% from the Pacific. In terms of gender digital divide, the SIDS, surprisingly, is narrower than the rest of the world. At 68% of the male population in SIDS, 68% of the male population in SIDS use the internet, compared to 66% amongst women. The African average is 70, about 70 to 30. Connectivity in SIDS is mobile broadband and fixed broadband penetration in SIDS lag behind the world's average. And so there's an opportunity there in terms of investment. The SIDS reported 63% mobile broadband subscriptions per 100 people, compared with 87 subscriptions per 100 people globally, and just 10 fixed broadband subscriptions per 100 inhabitants, about half the global figure of 19 per 100. 74% of individuals own a mobile phone in SIDS, close to the global average of 78%. And I think this is where the opportunity for the postal network lies. SIDS tend to be a lot more compact, a lot more urban, as compared to countries that are in the hinterland that are sparse sparsely populated. And so therein lies an opportunity for the postal network. And I think we can, with a little less effort as compared to the hinterland, reach the population in the SIDS a lot faster than in the hinterland or in inland or landlocked countries. If you can see the statistics there, individuals using the internet in Africa is 35%. The global average is 75%. Now, in the SIDS, it's closer to the global average. So the SIDS are above, including SIDS in Africa, quite above the percentage in Africa. Active mobile broadband subscribers in Africa, 48%. The global average, of course, is 90%. The SIDS are doing much better than the African average, including SIDS in Africa. Again, therein lies the opportunity because of the urban nature of settlements in the SIDS. Population covered by 5G in Africa, just 6%. The global average now is 32. Again, immense potential there. These statistics are important for one reason, and I think how we penetrate, how we provide postal services, increasingly depending on the internet, and how we secure the postal networks, again, largely based on connectivity. And so the potential is here for SIDS, especially investment in SIDS for those that are interested, because the internet penetration in the SIDS is seemingly well above. Most of them are classified as developing countries. And the internet penetration in the SIDS is well above those of developing countries. Next slide, and hopefully the last one. I think we estimate as of, 4 years ago, that it requires 100 billion USD to do broadband in Africa. Not a single organization, not a single international institution. Again, the statistics for SIDS in terms of the investments that are needed, I don't have it in that slide. But I think there's not a single organization that will be able to undertake that sort of investment. And so therein lies the opportunity. The message that we send out there is access and connectivity still makes good business in Africa, including postal access. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Omo, for that presentation and for the updated statistics as it relates to telecommunications usage in SIDS. So now we will go swiftly to the coffee break, and then when we come back, we will have an intervention from the UPU with regards to transportation, and then we will close today's session with the panel discussion. So we come back in 15 minutes.
Thank you for getting me a floor. Good afternoon to all participants, all colleagues and friends in Seychelles. My name is Jan Bojnanski, and I'd like to present a few information regarding the transportation and logistic challenges for small islands and developing states. Unfortunately, I cannot present in person, but I will do my best in the next probably 20 minutes to present some important information on very important topic like logistics is. Even if I'm not with you in person, I can imagine that you already mentioned in some presentations or you discussed during the breaks many problems with logistics and with supply chain. So I will try to present some information. I will do my best respond your questions later, follow the panel discussion, and follow up also after the meeting if needed. I don't want to speak about figures, about I don't know, super high technologies, about drones, about artificial intelligence tools for logistics. I would like to be pragmatic and focus on the most important issues. When we speak about international transport, we call it leg 2 in our end-to-end process. And I must say this is a very problematic leg because when we speak about leg 2, collection of mail in country of origin, or leg 3, delivery of mail in country of destination, it's more or less under the control of designated operator. It's fully in their hands. When we speak about leg 2, unfortunately, we are heavily depending on our partners, supply chain partners like carriers, like handling agents, customs, and many other partners. So it's not easy. To simplify our life and get a visibility, we started to invest a lot of time, efforts, and money to make this leg 2 more visible. Designated operators, now also carriers and customs, are able to exchange data electronically. As you can see on the screen, we are exchanging a lot of information between posts and customs, between posts and carriers, regardless the mode of transport. So it's fine. It helps us to recognize the gaps in the international transport. But thanks to that visibility, we also are able to prepare good reports and analysis what are the problems, what are the gaps in the leg 2. And unfortunately, I must say that there is still a lot of problems on postal sides, because when I take the outcomes of many reports, we can say that when we took all global mail in UPU measurement, average elapsed times for leg 2 on item level, it means between item is scanned at the Office of Exchange in country of origin and scanned at the Office of Exchange in country of destination, it's about 10 days. It's a lot. When we consider that time on a receptacle level, when we scan bags at the Office of Exchange in origin country and destination country, it's about 8 days. But when we consider elapsed times, when the items are in custody of carriers, it's just 2 days. When we speak about performance on Simon level, carrier's responsibility is just 2 days. So you can see that the biggest problems are on our side, on postal side, at the Office of Exchange, at the airmail unit in country of origin or destination. Sometimes it's very unpleasant to say that carriers are able to move mail faster between 2 continents than we are doing between airmail unit and Office of Exchange. Unfortunately, it's what we need to analyze, what we need to improve, and then we can claim and analyze the problems also on carrier side. In Slovakia, we say, clean your house first, and then you can claim to others. But I'd like to say that International transport starts with a good transport strategy. And many small islands countries have very limited number of staff. Maybe 2 or 3 people are responsible more or less for everything. So they are not excellent expert in all details of all operational issues. It's really very important to take care about your transport strategy, to consider your country's specific conditions. I know that many of you are depending on one carrier only, not 2 or 3 or 10 as many other countries. You have very small volumes, so you are not very interesting partner for carriers. You need to consider many, many things. I don't want to speak about it. Of course, I'm ready to help you, and we will help you through the regional transport workshops, which we will organize in all regions this year. What I want to say that I also understand there is an issue, especially for small countries, to be attractive partner for carriers. It's not as used to be. We are producing, or mail transport generates about 5% of total revenues of carriers. We are not as important for them as used to be. And that's the reason why we need to be proactive. Need to be proactive means also as a minimum of minimum to create or to sign a service level agreement between you and carriers. I am Guy from Europe, and for me it's absolutely not understandable how some countries are still doing business with carriers without any contracts. You can not, how you can promise or to guarantee something to your customer if you do not have contract with carriers and you do not know what will happen, how it will happen, what will be the process, and so on. So from my point of view, it's really extremely important to have such contract. Still around 25% of all small islands developing countries have no contract with carriers from many reasons. And we would like to do our best to help you with that. Let us know which carriers are troublemakers. Let us know what's the problem. Use the template or framework of such agreement, as you can see on the screen, the link on the UP website. This is not mandatory to sign exactly the version as you will see on the website, but this is really good version prepared jointly by IATA, 12 carriers, and by 12 designated operators, and is updated regularly. There are all issues which you should consider when you negotiate with carrier. Your rights, obligations, billing processes, rates, liability, everything what you need. And I really encourage you to do that. I don't want to speak about such basic things. It's really minimum of minimum. I'd like to focus in my next few slides on some other issues, on some strategic logistic activities managed by UPU and which we need to consider and follow up to survive on the market. I group them into 4 blocks. One is data and digitalization, another one, as you can see, flexible transport, security, and new products. I will present maybe one slide per each of these blocks because I'm sure that you already discussed about data, data digitalization, and it's really very important to use data as much as possible for all our processes. We created a global postal model. This is a tool how we would like to communicate with all supply chain partners. And we need not only exchange data, but as Lati a few minutes ago mentioned, we need also exchange a good quality of data, because if you want to use them for future paper-free transport, paper-free accounting, paper-free custom clearance, we need to really have a good data. And we need to take this opportunity, this exercise with data exchange, not only just to meet legal requirements. We need to take it as an opportunity to improve our processes, to simplify our processes, to make them paper-free, easier, much more customer-oriented, and so on and so on. I will present a few slides also about flexible transport network, because definitely COVID was a huge lessons learned for us. We were heavily depending on passenger flights. It should not be like that. We need to look for partnership one of the postal sector players, cargo carriers, integrators, other big, maybe also competitors like DHL, UPS, transport network, just for transport. We need to do our best to keep mail moving. I'm happy to hear that we have 3 carriers today participating at the meeting. I know that priority number 1 for all carriers around the world is security and safety. So we really we presented the S58, S59 certification before the coffee break. We did also our best to help designated operators be recognized as a trustable partner, reliable partner for carriers, because many of you small islands have a problem that some carriers are transporting inbound mail to your islands, but they don't want to take your outbound mail to transport from your country because of lack of trust or certifications and so on. So we arrange for all countries around the world, from US Tide Fund, certification prepared by IATA, and you were certified. You got very expensive certification to be recognized as a reliable partner for carriers. And of course, we need to follow also the trends on the market and prepare maybe new products for UPU mail be competitive on the market. I already mentioned a global postal model. This is excellent tool, which was jointly prepared by UPU, by the IATA, ICAO, World Customs Organization. So it's not UPU model only, it's really model prepared jointly with all stakeholders, important for the global postal mail. And as you can see, I'm happy to show that more than 200 designated operators or posts around the world are at this moment exchanging customs data on item level. They are able to send them to destination customs without any problems. We have a tools for that, and we are also monitoring the quality of those data through the compliance project. We have already now 190 posts around the world able to send electronically information needed for carriers, electronically through the carded messages. As you can see, we have also nearly 90 carriers able to communicate electronically with post. Yes, some small regional carriers, they are not able to do that, and they are also not interested to do that, to invest money to do that, because the revenues are so small, they don't want to invest more money to the development of any IT tools than to get as a revenues from mail. So this is a challenge for us. On this slide, very quickly, I can just show you that we doubled number of posts or carriers able to communicate electronically during the last 2 years. It's perfect, it's good. But of course, it's not enough, but this is a trend, this is a digitalization trend, and it could happen, as I have heard from some big carriers, that very, very soon, carriers will insist on paper-free communication with post. They don't want to use in the near future any papers. So this is extremely important to be EDI capable and do that. On this slide, we have a list of countries exchanging carded messages and carriers exchanging RESDed messages. There is no need to discuss that in details. You will get those slides. You can check. You can contact me if you have any comments or if there are some mistakes from your point of view. The last slide with statistic is regarding the number of carriers which are not only exchanging data, but which already accepted to analyze those data by UPU to make really detailed analysis and provide them on monthly basis free of charge compliance reports to recognize or get how it should be improved. I have heard about some capacity building activities during the previous presentations. From transport point of view, we also do our best to help designated operators and carriers to improve not good performance in the transport network. We are changing our regulations. Mr. David Ausek presented earlier some PTC tools. We developed tools for posts, but also some of them, he was talking about mobile application. It could be used by carriers to communicate each other or to meet legal requirements coming from ICAO, WCO, European Commission, Stop Act, or many other sources. What I'd like to say that except many guidelines and documents which are available and which we will promote even more through the regional transport workshops, I'd like to highlight some two capacity building activities. One of the most successful is a joint IATA-UPU webinar. We organize these webinars regularly, and sometimes we have more than 500 participants from the industry, from posts, customs, carriers, handling agents, IT suppliers, and so on and so on. Please join us. You can follow up. We are distributing this information to all transport experts in our database. We promote it through the social media, and we strongly recommend you join us for the next time. Next webinar is scheduled for 15th of May. But we started with regional workshops, and not only workshops, we are trying to create regional think tank teams of transport experts, because your local transport experts know situation the best. They should help us to analyze situation. They should help us to prepare recommendation, and not only recommendation, they should help us to implement them. Maybe as a last comment from this slide, I would like to say that if you have any question, at the end of my presentation, there is a contact to my mailbox, but you can see here also one more email contact to the EAD risk management team. It's a team of people in the International Bureau who are responsible to help designated operators and carriers to manage any accident in implementation of EAD. As I mentioned, we are not flexible. Unfortunately, we were not flexible at all before COVID. We were heavily depending on passenger flights. But as I said, it was really not good lessons learned. And now we try to be more open to cooperation, as I said earlier, to cargo carriers, to other partners in the supply chain. But we would like also to consolidate mail. We know that many of you have very small volume, very limited possibility to transport mail somewhere by air. So we started in Caribbean, in Pacific, and now we do something similar also in Africa to implement idea of the regional transport hubs. The idea is to create more flexible regional transport network to cooperate with small regional carriers, regardless the mode of transport. Many of you are insisting on mail transport, even if you could use sometimes ferry transport or sea operators to consolidate mail somewhere in the region and from the best place to transport or to connect with the rest of the world. We started to work in Caribbean, as I said. There is a little bit different situation as in Pacific, because in Pacific, Fiji is excellent hub, which is able to serve all other islands in the region. In Caribbean, it's not the case. We cannot say that, I don't know, Barbados or Jamaica or other hub would be perfect hub for everybody. No, because we know that some islands are connected via Miami, some islands are connected via Jamaica, some through Barbados or San Martin. So it's not so easy. But thanks to this project, we make a small step forward. We made EDA capable additional 5 regional carriers. I could list them, but if you wish, we can discuss later. Maybe one of them, the most important of them is Amerijet, which is connecting many islands. They are already EDA capable and able to exchange data needed for US as a Stop Act to meet Stop Act requirements, or for Europe. Of course, there is still a lot of work to improve it, because we need also support from governments. Many of those carriers which are important For example, in the Caribbean, it's Caribbean Airlines, or in Fiji, it's Fiji Airways for Pacific, are owned by governments, or governments are stakeholders. And sometimes we would expect bigger support also from government. Sometimes we are not receiving any feedback to our letters. And it's a pity because carriers are not reporting to the UPU. They are business entities, and it's their own business decision whether they want to cooperate with Post or not. But today's meeting is in Africa, so I wanted to give you also a short information about similar approach in Africa. Unfortunately, after my analysis, we recognize that there is still a lot of African countries which are exchanging mail with neighboring African countries via Europe. They are using carriers to take mail first to Europe and then back to Africa to the neighboring countries. It looks really not easy and not as the best solution. So we were looking for some regional hubs also in Africa. We contacted more carriers, 5 or 6 carriers in Africa. The most proactive was Ethiopian Airlines, and together with them, we prepare step by step last year, and we continue in that this year, cooperation to offer Ethiopian Airlines and Ethiopia as a hub for transshipment mail, which could connect not only all African countries. Ethiopians are offering minimum 60 destinations within Africa and more than 140 around the world. But also, we need them as a contingency plan in a case that you will have a problem from 1st of April, in a few days, with mail transiting Europe, because European Commission is introducing additional requirements and complicating things. So we need to have some kind of contingency plan, and Ethiopian Airlines could help us with that. But I'm not talking only about transshipment via Ethiopia. We have to think also about transit for some destinations which are not served by Ethiopians. We are discussing about a model to handle also cargo mail from e-commerce platform from Asia for Africa through maybe Ethiopia or any other hubs. And then transform that cargo to mail and deliver as a mail in other African final destinations. I don't want to speak in details. Of course, I will be more than happy to answer questions later. I'd like to present 3 or 4 more slides. Just very shortly, I mentioned that the trend now is that e-commerce platforms are not using mail from the beginning to the final delivery in the process. There is still more and more trend to use a B2B2C model. It means that mail is first transformed as a transport as a cargo from Asia to some regions, and then in that regions transformed to mail and delivered as a mail. So we need to follow that trend if we want to survive on the market. And we do that through this project or consideration of this product, new product, or I saw Walter Trezek is presenting at the meeting. He is leading another pilot, Postal Prosperity Zone project, which is something similar in a close cooperation with customs-free zones. So those activities could help us to follow up this trend B2B2C on the market. At the end of my presentation, I really would like to encourage you to be proactive. I am happy that David Alsek mentioned in his presentation that we are working on postal airway bill, because I know that many of you have maybe no choice and you will need to work with cargo carriers. I know that all cargo carriers are insisting on airway bill. And even if they are talking a little bit different language as we are talking, we should manage that we will understand each other. We have a little bit different standards. They have a little bit different standards, but we need to work together if we want to keep mail moving. And that's the reason why we need to prepare also such solutions to be able to more or less everybody understands that I'm talking about air transport. But please, it's a mistake. I mentioned a few times we should choose the best carriers for us, regardless the mode of transport. When I was talking about EDI exchange, electronic data exchange, we can say that carded and RESDed messages are transport neutral. We have already examples with exchanging carded and RESDed messages between post and carriers, air carriers, post and road carriers. And also in Caribbean, we tested carded RESDed exchange with sea operator. It works. So please do not forget that regardless the mode of transport, any transport is better than stacked mail at the office of exchange. So I would like also to encourage you to speak to your governments more, or let us know what we could do and how we could help you with regional carriers or your governments, because I think that governments have a good, I would say, playing cards in their hands, because many of those small carriers are owned by them, as I mentioned earlier, or the Civil Aviation Authority is giving licenses to carriers. Maybe there could be some rules that they will be obliged to help designated operators to move mail. Or government should consider that transport, international transport, is really very expensive, and the rates in international transport doubled during the last 3 years. So they should consider that in their international mail tariffs policy. Because when I visited many islands in Caribbean or Pacific, I recognized that international tariffs are much lower than just the cost for transportation. It means international tariffs are not covering the costs. And this is, of course, not business oriented, and maybe your governments should consider that. My last slide, just to really encourage you once again, do not hesitate, contact us. Do not hesitate to ask any questions, participate in our transport related meetings, and we will do our best through IATA UPU Contact Committee or through other channels to be in touch with as many carriers as possible. I am happy to hear that Ethiopian are today with us, or Etihad. I am in regular touch, I would say, with them. I do not have such good experience or such experience with Air Seychelles, but I will be more than happy to help any carriers in your region to provide good information, good contacts, or prepare testing. And we are offering also covering the cost of the testing for smaller regional carriers. So please let us know and help us to improve not the best performing transport performance. Thank you very much, and I'm ready to answer any questions. Thank you.
So if you have any questions, you can raise your hand. Okay, I see Alexis is asking for the floor. So Alexis, please go ahead.
Thank you, Puran. Jan, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you well. Thank you.
Okay. Recent development in the Caribbean. The airline which you spoke of that is not responding where no responses to letters sent from the UPU. They are now looking to be a competitor to the Post by setting up their own e-commerce businesses across the islands. They've started in Trinidad, and that could be one of the reasons why they've been reluctant to move our mail, because they are recognizing that we as Posts would be looking at e-commerce business. And what this airline is doing now is actually looking to set up offices with their warehouse in Miami, with their freighter, to compete with what the Posts want to do. So how do Posts in our region address something like that? Because I know you're also looking at the opportunity for Posts to use even our competitors like the UPSs or DHLs as an option. So now we have a new development. Caribbean Airlines would have started this business about 3 or 4 months ago, and they're ramping up. Even on the ground in my country, they've purchased 25 vans to deliver packages on the ground. and they're looking to do that up the islands as we speak. So it's an interesting development, and now we have the airline in our region, a unique situation where they want to compete with the Post.
Thank you very much for your comment. It's not a question, it's a comment, but I understand the problems. I'm a little bit surprised because Caribbean Airlines is exactly the example which I mentioned earlier. They are owned by Trinidad Tobago government, and I expect government could consider to help you and oblige Caribbean Airlines to transport your mail and not compete you. So it's a pity, and we can, from the UPU point of view, we can do nothing with that. We sent twice letter to your government. We have no feedback. Now maybe I understand better why we have no feedback, but it's a pity. But with a think tank team in the Caribbean, we will organize another meeting. We can consider other options. As I mentioned, we would like to start very soon pilot with UPS, with one country, to use them just for leg 2, not for delivery in their network, but just for international transport. And maybe it will be a model which we can consider also in the Caribbean. But definitely there is more airlines, not only Caribbean Airlines. We are in touch with American Airlines to be more willing to take also outbound mail, not only inbound mail to Caribbean islands. It would help a lot, I think, and maybe some other carriers could help us. So it's a pity that Caribbean airlines are not willing to join us and compete us, but they are not only one carrier in the region.
Alexis, thank you, Jan. Alexis, do you have a follow-up question? I saw your hand.
More follow-up comment. I think I'm not speaking for what's happening on the ground, but Caribbean Airlines would have put that courier business that they're setting up as part of their business plan to generate profits for themselves, as they're in their business to make profit. So I think it may have been a trade-off to look at whether Caribbean Airlines would work with the Post or whether it would work to make profits for itself. And they're seeing it as a lucrative opportunity. So as Jan said, there's other options we're looking at. We just need to, I think, be more aggressive looking forward.
Okay, thank you, Alexis. I think we have time for one more comment or question, and I see that Jamaica indicated an interest. Carrie?
Yes. Jan, good afternoon. Recently, I think it's Inter-Caribbean, they announced a service between, for example, Jamaica and Barbados and some of the other islands down the chain. So I asked that if you could reach out to them. I mean, I wrote to them again, right, because I even wrote to them recently. Haven't gotten any positive response. So I know you'd reach out to them already, but if you could reach out to them again, because they just started advertising a new service down the island chain. As it relates to American, for us, we have been having some challenges with them recently in terms of, well, fine, they had volume restrictions on us. I think it's 173 kilos per, I think per event. And also recently they changed their air handlers, and sometimes you wonder, they seem not to be in any hurry to get that sorted out. So because they said the air handlers have to go through orientation and all of that, and eventually after that was done, their x-ray broke down, and that is another. So because we are restricted, I guess, in Kingston, that's a problem. I know for Jamaica, there's more airlift in Montego Bay, but even some of the airlines, they tell us point blank. For example, we had approached, I think it was JetBlue. They said they don't carry meals. So whatever interventions you can make from your side. I know one suggestion in Jamaica, which we are looking into, is to setting up a hub in Montego Bay, but still, even if you set up the hub and there are no takers, that can be a problem. So, just putting that on the table.
We do not have a time to discuss all details of all countries. We will, as I told you, we will organize, and it will be in Jamaica, as I heard from colleagues from DCDEF. Very soon we will organize, in a few weeks, we will organize their think tank team meeting and regional transport workshop. We can speak in details. what I'd like to say now that we will consider also those options. As you know, we already make EDI capable carrier flying to Montego Bay. It's TUI, for example. So yes, we can discuss other options, but not now at this moment. We can do that after this meeting and during the think tank team meeting in Jamaica.
Yes. So thank you, Carrie, and thank you, Jan. So moving swiftly along to our panel discussion, and of course staying on this theme of transportation, I would like to invite the representatives of Ethiopian Airlines, Etihad Airways, and Air Seychelles to the stage. This panel discussion will be moderated by the UPU Deputy Director General, so I'll also invite Marian Oswald to the stage.
Good afternoon. There are many reasons why I insisted to be a moderator today. Where is our colleague from Ethiopian? We met him this morning. First reason is I wanted to see who will stay awake because I do the checklist for the DSA. And also, I will check if we will pay the hotel fees for you guys. No, that's not true. The reason why I wanted to do this is very simple. In my previous life, I was responsible also for the negotiation with airlines, and we developed in the more than 20 years of my work at Slovenia Post, also service levels agreements, and we actually developed quite excellent cooperation with airlines. And then also we had a very non-pleasant experience. 2017 or 2018, our national air carrier, maybe some of you have heard about Adria Airways, went bankrupt. And that was just before the second hit, that was Corona, COVID environment in 2020. So I'm more than pleased to have today with us 4 distinguished panelists. Why I'm saying this? Because I believe that Leg 2 and air carriers are essential for our survival. Without air carriers, we cannot move. And this is a particular activity where I would actually look into it from the management side, if I may say so, in the near future. Jan, I don't know if you can hear me. I hope you are still around.
Yes, I can hear you. Yes, of course.
That's me, actually. It's actually corresponds to my age, honestly. I believe, Puran, where are you? We will start with the intervention from Kainau, and then we will talk to the panelists. So let's start with the Kainau presentation, please. Sound would help us a lot. now you see why your physical presence is so important for us. Okay, 1 minute more and then we will start with Aukai now. Okay, maybe we will try at the end, be successful. Dennis is trying very hard. It's his fourth unsuccessful attempt. But yeah, again, welcome. I'm really pleased and grateful for you to be here with us. Juliette, I will start with you. At UPU, I'm also a gender champion, so I always give priority to female colleagues. Nevertheless, you are the smallest air carrier in this group, I believe. But I would ask you kindly if you could introduce yourself, like your career, and how do you see the cooperation between Post and air carriers from your perspective, meaning being Air Seychelles. Thank you.
Good afternoon to you all. My name is Juliette Pascal. I'm the head of cargo for Air Seychelles. I've been with the company for 25 years now. Actually, we have a great cooperation with the Seychelles Post Office, given we are now 100% owned by the government of Seychelles. We operate both domestic and international flight. For international, at the moment, we are operating only regional. That is Mauritius, Johannesburg, Colombo, and Bombay.
Okay, thank you. Anything else you would like to say about the cooperation with Post? What is the percentage of the Post you are forwarding, and what is the commercial cargo? What are the relationship, if you can give us some numbers?
Actually, our role is not only a carrier, we are also the ground handler for all the airlines that operate to Seychelles. So we get to see all the mail that comes in. On Air Seychelles, we are carrying not much of the post office mail. It's mainly coming on other airlines. But we do have a good cooperation. We have an agreement. The only problem that we have is when they ask us to ship their mail beyond where we operate. And we do try to reach out to other airlines to get the SPA agreement. But they are a bit not sure why. They're a bit slow or reluctant. I think because they are used to SPA agreement of cargo, but instead of mail, they are a bit slow. Yeah.
I was surprised to see that you are flying also to Mumbai, India. Looks quite far from this perspective. Do you bring in the way back also some mail, or you don't? The reason why I'm asking this, I believe Jan has shared with us a table where Air Seychelles was not listed as an air carrier who is sending electronic advanced data.
Yeah, we don't have anything at the moment because everything is done, unfortunately, manually. But this is something that we plan to do, given that right now we have the support from the government. They have seen the challenges that we face, especially our facilities. It's not the right one. And we hope that by this year we'll get a new one. We will have the right technologies, manpower, everything. Yeah.
Okay. So you know me now in person, so whatever we can do, you can contact me and we will try to help. I know also Jan, and he is very dedicated. I'm sure he will find ways to help you.
Sure. Yeah.
Thank you. Kasahun, he is a representative of Ethiopian in Seychelles. Apologies. I was flying many times in my life. I cannot promote airlines, of course, but I was flying with Ethiopian quite sometimes. This time from Geneva to Addis and then to Seychelles, and I always had a very good experience. Last week you opened e-commerce hub, am I right? Yeah.
Yes.
So please, if you can, while you will introduce yourself, your career, and then if you can reflect a bit on the opening from last week, please.
Okay, thank you. My name is Kasan Tafarra. I'm the area manager here in Seychelles, based in Seychelles. Before I start discussing the request, I would like to say thank you, the Seychelles Postal Service CEO and the UPU team for inviting us here as a guest. And we learn a lot actually. I'm the commercial and operational person here. I think the UPU team are still in contact with our team in the headquarters, handling the cargo and the logistic team. Regarding the inauguration, it was in February 29. I think the CEO also invited on that. It's a big facility. It's almost having a 15,000 meter square, with more technology, no manual activity there. All is in with digital, no touch even. They already implemented almost an investment of 59 million USD. So per day, I think it will sort out 1 million parcels per day. So this shows that how our company is working on this sector, and we are also ready to work with you. We already started the process to have an agreement locally with the Seychelles Postal Service. It's under process. Once it's concluded, so we'll start shipping from here also. Thank you.
I've read, I knew that you are a big company, but struck me 158 airplanes you are flying around the world, not covering only Africa, but of course all other destinations. Why you decided to invest into the e-commerce facility? Can you?
Yeah, as a strategy, the company has different SCBUs within the umbrella. So this is one of their targets. Normally, the airline understand the mail, the business, and the cargo business is, I think, a lifesaver in the COVID. We understand how cargo and mail mean on the business. So the company is giving focus for this sector and investing a lot as considering the strategic plan what the company has.
Maybe a question for both of you. Jan has mentioned that on average, the revenues for the air carriers coming from the traditional mail segment is around 5%. This is, of course, very low. How would you comment it? Do you see a potential for growth? Do you believe that the e-commerce will grow in the future, and therefore you see the importance of cooperation with posts? Juliette?
Yes, definitely. During the pandemic, we saw the importance of cargo and mail. And with the travel restriction, everybody tends to buy things online. And we thought that with the removal, it's going to reduce. But actually, it's not the case. It has increased drastically. And so that's the reason that now we have find the necessity to get the right warehouse, equipment, technologies, everything. And I think soon it might take over the whole process of uplifting normal cargo. Yeah.
I think we saw the potential when we start a partnership agreement with the Seychelles Postal Service. We saw the potential and it will grow. Actually now we have incoming mail only, most of it from Asia and Africa. Now we'll start from Seychelles and the potential is there, we understand, and we'll work to support that.
I can only confirm that, dear participants. We have visited this morning post office here, and Mariela, it was full of shipments, so congratulations. And this is in a way also our main focus for the future. We would like to bring the volumes back to the post office network. Thank you. Ram, welcome.
Thank you.
Etihad Airways. We had this morning already a meeting with all the airlines, and Ram has mentioned some information about his career, so I would ask you just to introduce yourself briefly and then to make a comment on the question I asked. Please.
You guys can, okay, can you hear me? Good evening. I know it's quite late in the evening, so I'll try to keep it quite short as possible. So my name is Ram. I am the product manager in Etihad Cargo. I've been in the logistics industry for the last 8 years now, and I've worked in e-commerce specifically, in the cargo industry, the courier industry, and now in the postal industry. So I've kind of like seen the 3 major verticals of e-commerce. So it is a big sea. It is quite a big ocean, the whole e-commerce game. I think there's also different understanding of what e-commerce means in the market. I think what we have tried to kind of address, so the strategy for us as Etihad as a group is to have kind of a single portfolio product. So we'll just call it e-commerce, and within the e-commerce product, we'll have a cargo product, a courier product, and a postal product. So that probably will be, let's say, the core of the offering, and then we'll try to add some services on top of it, which could be value-added services in terms of API connections, the ability for you as a post office to connect to airlines more seamlessly through technology, and also we'll also have a host of partners together who could help you in a common goal. Right? Even though it may not be cargo, it could be more on top of the supply chain or after the supply chain. So obviously we talk about leg 2 in terms of the airline, but you may need some things on the leg 1 or after leg 2. So we are trying to build a solution which kind of is a one-stop solution for the post office.
Apologies to interrupt you. When you say e-commerce, is like agnostic to the origin?
Yeah.
Is it like e-commerce related or connected to the postal shipments, or it's e-commerce related to e-tailers like, I don't know, Alibaba, Amazon, and DHL as well? So it's like e-commerce is the...
Yeah, I mean, I think e-commerce is the more oversimplified word, as you said. It is quite simplified, and obviously every customer, their own understanding of what e-commerce changes. I think for us, we are looking at both sides of the coin, right? So we're trying to break it into 2 verticals, right? So in a higher level, we're looking at the e-commerce goods of transportation, and that's where the cargo, courier, and the postal vertical come in. So physical movement of goods, right? And that could be done either just working with you as a post office directly, or you have a website where you purchase something and then it can direct through a post office or through a cargo provider. So that's looking into the goods vertical of e-commerce. The other vertical of e-commerce we are looking at is more on the service side of e-commerce, so more of transactional cost, technology, so kind of using technology which is actually free of cost to implement, but it's more of a transactional fee to use that technology. So we're trying to kind of blend these two, because what we've realized over the years e-commerce is not a single product. E-commerce is like a ecosystem of solution. So be it a postal company or a cargo company or whoever we talk to, everybody needs everything. Right? So if I talk to an e-commerce merchant like Amazon, he would need logistics, he also needs technology. And if I talk to you, it's the same way. You would need technology, you would need logistics. So it's a combination of technology, logistics, and the physical products, or sometimes intangible products that you can post on a website. So trying to find out a solution which kind of combines these three worlds is kind of the direction that we are moving towards.
Okay, thank you. To make it a bit interactive, Mariela, if I can use you as a participant, when customers or buyers in Seychelles, they buy online and they are using the companies which are here present, what is the transit time? And if you have some complaints when it comes to the transit time, is it like your customers expect 10 days, 2 weeks, 3 weeks? What are the expectations? How do you manage expectation, and how do you value the service of the companies here today? Thank you.
Well, first of all, thank you for the companies to joining us. We're very grateful, especially as we've got all the airlines together on the stage. In Seychelles, we're probably quite lucky because we have quite a few airlines coming in, and we work with all of them. So we work with Air Seychelles for their regional routes. Ethiopian does bring a lot of mail in for us, that is e-commerce, and obviously Etihad as well takes our mail out. So we choose according to their routes, because they don't all go to the same places, they have different routes. And our customers, as Juliette probably knows, are very impatient in Seychelles. And one of the reasons why they are looking to invest in a new IMPC at the airport is to do quicker sorting and have technology, because the infrastructure that exists was not built for the amount of e-commerce coming into Seychelles at the moment.
How many handling agents you have here at the airport?
Well, Seychelles is quite unique. We actually have about 5, but they are more or less involved with the cargo, not... You mean handling the airline?
Yes.
Oh, it's only us.
Okay.
Yeah. We are the sole ground handler in Seychelles.
So you are handling Air Seychelles, Ethiopian, and... Okay.
Yes.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah.
Good. Any questions so far from the... I see Jamaica, if I remember correctly. Please, welcome.
Yes, good afternoon, everybody. The issue that a lot of SIDS have is, for example, us in the Caribbean, because the volumes are small coming this side of the world, so you will have a few letters for South Africa, a few for New Zealand, a few for Australia, etc. The issue of interlining or cooperation between airlines would be key for us. But how that works, the airlines also have to agree from the different groups. So whether you're with AA and the AIG group or Etihad or so, what maybe it's partially a question and partially a comment. I think we need to find that middle ground, that if one of us from the Caribbean is sending something to Seychelles, for argument's sake, even though the volumes are small, maybe you find a way to consolidate the volume at a particular location, whether it be London. I know that was a suggestion British Airways, AIG made at a transport meeting we had in the US, but that hasn't happened yet. We're still working on that. But to consolidate, because, I can understand you have a mailbag with one letter to come to a country and it can get lost in the rush, no matter how much tracking you have on that. But the solution, one of the solutions I see is for that consolidation of those small volumes, so that when we send to countries outside of Europe, especially, we have that done. Because the other day, a customer had to come back to us and retrieve their mail items that they were sending to Australia. And I think it was an e-commerce person as well. So, that's business loss, and that's business loss for them, and worse, business loss for us, because we're not getting the lift out. So, and the airlines that move from, say, the Caribbean to this side of the world, they are definitely in a different block or group than, say, Etihad or so we need that cooperation, because without that, the mail movement for SIDS is still going to be a major problem. So I just want to put that on the table.
Thank you. You perfectly described why integrators are more successful than we in the postal network are, because they are controlling the all segments of the transportation. I don't know, Jan, maybe can I use you to make a comment on the question or statement from colleague from Jamaica?
Thank you, Mariam, for getting me a floor. We recognize already that there is no way to work with small volumes. We need to consolidate volumes. So that's the reason why we would like to continue in our regional transport hubs idea to consolidate mail and then interconnect these hubs between the continents each other. Then we will be able to consolidate mail for small destinations and negotiate also better rates and I hope also better quality for the mail. So I fully agree that consolidation and creation of regional transport hubs and working with some dedicated, very well selected carriers to transport that mail between the regions would be the way forward.
Can you, Jan, please reflect briefly on the current transport hub solutions we have and maybe plans for the future also?
At this moment, we finalized transport hub solutions only for 3 regions, as I presented earlier. For Caribbean, based on our analysis, discussion with regional carriers and a think tank team, we are considering as the best hubs solution for the region Barbados, San Martin, Trinidad, Tobago, and Jamaica. Those should be considered as the most important hubs for the region. But of course, not maybe all of them, just those who will really find a partner also on carrier side. In Fiji, in the Pacific, we will work definitely with a hub in Fiji. We have a meeting with Fiji government and Fiji Airways next week. In Africa, I presented only Addis Ababa at this moment, but we are looking for other partners in other part of the Africa. And we will continue in that discussion for Arab region very soon. We will have a meeting at the beginning of May, I think 2nd week of May in Qatar. And we will discuss and we will create think tank team there and we will look for a solution for Arab region. That's all what I can say about this. We would like to continue region by region, create these hubs, and then next year to interconnect them. After discussion also with big cargo carriers, which could help us to interconnect those hubs between the continents.
Thank you, Jan. Can I use your presence? I believe you shared the presentation with us. Can you show us again the slide where the electronic advanced data results were actually listed? Or was it done locally, the presentation?
I will do my best to help you to show it again. Maybe it takes a few seconds.
The reason why actually providing data to the air carriers is essential. Jan has mentioned in his presentation that as of 1st of April, very likely your mail to US will be returned if you don't provide the electronic advanced data. Meaning not only that your customer will be disappointed, but you will have to pay for the return of the mail, which is quite a substantial cost. Not that one, the one with the results, this one, yes. A question, or for a comment. How do you see it from the air carrier's view? We are happy. We see the progress, but you know, for me, everything which is below 95% is not a best results. How do you see the role of data, and how do you plan to address it when you will have a discussion with postal operators who are using your service? Can I start with you, Ram, please?
Yeah. So I think, without a doubt, data is pretty much the key moving forward. There's no doubt on it. And I think 2023 was a good transformation in the industry, I would call it. I think ICS...
After COVID?
Well, more with ICS2 after COVID. Because I think ICS2 had kind of forced the industry to adopt digital technologies more. And just looking at our own experience, I think post the ICS2 implementation, every single postal office who ships it to Europe, they've started sending cardeds for all the shipments. And that's something we did not imagine a year back. So there was humongous change. And we've also noticed that now customers who've started sending carded for Europe, they are kind of starting to send it for other destinations as well, even though it's really not as mandated as the regulatory requirements. So I think it's changing. It's moving in the right direction. There is still a lot of opportunity for the airlines and post office to collaborate a bit more on the technology part, because what we've seen with this data, the data could do different jobs, right? It could do from, I think the ICS2 was more from a regulatory point of view. Then you could also use the carded for capacity planning. But are we able to really do that today? It's a bit debatable. You could use it sometimes, you can't. So the airline technology that's available for postal mail is also kind of developing over time. I think until last year, the current technologies does the job. But if you want an e-commerce type of service, which customers are probably asking for a less than 3-day service, the current flow of information cannot push it to that level. So we're trying to now integrate more concepts into digitalization. So we're trying to now work on the postal arrival concept. We are pushing for more of our customers to start sending EDI on a regular basis. It is taking a bit of time, but I think this year we want to have a postal arrival operations. So there's an integration between the postal system and the cargo systems, and the capacity utilization is a bit more controlled. And we're able to give you a service delivery promise. So that's the direction we're moving towards. I think the industry started to move in the right direction. We just had to be patient and consistent in where it goes.
So I give you the data as a customer, and you give me the service reliability.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay.
In a nutshell, yeah. I think what we give back is obviously we give the shipment status of each and every bag, but more than that is to be able to give you the service. If you say I want it to be delivered in 3 days, the only way I'll be able to give that service is when I get the data on time. And I'm able to plan my operations based on the data I receive on time.
Okay. Kasahun, covering Africa, having postal operators in Africa, share with us your challenges.
As I told you at the beginning, I am not more knowledgeable on the cargo and logistic, but I know that they are using EDI, I think the exchange of information at the headquarters, but I cannot say more because I don't know, actually. Thank you.
Thank you. Juliette?
On my side, in the case of Seychelles, given the destination that we are operating right now, it's not a requirement. We have only one destination that requires we will lift mail at the airway bill. Yeah.
But you have my promise that we will help you for the technology available. So you have my promise. Questions from the audience, please. Or you are all tired? I'm tired as well, I admit.
If I may.
Please, Jan.
If I may, I'd like just to say that what you mentioned, it's really serious challenge, and that's the reason why we used, or we recommend Ethiopian Airlines as a contingency plan, it really could happen that from 1st of April, all mail transiting via Europe could be stopped if your carriers will not be able to meet some requirements for which they need also to get data from you. So strong recommendation is for all carriers which are still not EDI capable to become EDI capable, because you will not be able to transport mail, not only mail, but also cargo to some destinations.
If we change
It's
the
not only
password
European
for
Union,
reporting.
it's US, it's Australia, and still more and more countries are preparing the same. As Ram mentioned, ICS2 is just testing the water, but other countries will do the same very quickly. And if carrier or post will not be able to meet these EAD requirements and meet also the good compliance, good performance, good quality of data, the mail will be stopped, and you will be in a big troubles. You will not be able to deliver what you promised to your customers, and we will give opportunity our competitors to transport it through other alternative networks. So I hope that as Deputy Director General promised you, we are ready to help. We are ready also to cover some costs for piloting for those carriers which are not EDI capable yet, but we should do that as soon as possible. Thank you.
Just to complement what Jan has said, if you will lose the link to transportation, then more likely it will happen that you will lose also the volume to be delivered in your network. And then you will have nothing to deliver, then you have a pressure on laying off people, and this is the vicious circle which we don't want you to get into it. PTC Director, Mr. Lati Matata, please.
Thank you, DDG. I just wanted to say, maybe to repeat a conversation I had with the airlines, especially because Etihad is asking us to be more, let's say, future thinking in terms of how we interact. So I just want to confirm that we will be more than willing to work with the airlines to find new ways of exchanging data to do exactly what he described, to reduce the time of transport. So as much as we are working to ensure compliance is in place, we're also looking to the future and finding ways to improve this. Thank you.
Okay. You want to say? Yes, please.
I just want to add on to what Jan was speaking, and both of you as well. So just for your information, there is more and more PLACIs coming up in the next 12 months. Europe was last year. Canada is looking into implementing a similar program next year. The US is probably thinking about, they already have an existing program, but they may be,
April.
Yeah, they're planning, US is planning as well. UAE is already started its cargo PLACI program already, which is going to be live in the next coming months. They haven't spoken about postal mail yet, which is a good thing, but it's a matter of time this year. They may come back and say everything, all mail that goes through UAE requires PLACI. So all that it means for the postal operators, if you don't have EAD, you basically cannot hand over cargo anymore to an airline. And I think it's the same for the airline as well. If the airline do not have the EDI systems to accept cargo from our customers, then, I mean, yeah, it's pretty much stop of business forever.
Kasahun, you want to comment? No, okay. As we are all tired, and me being famous for having short speeches, let me say something. I know a person who was actually behind in the 80s when the integrators introduced electronic advanced data. And the main goal of that innovation was that during the transportation of mail, when the goods were in the air, electronic pre-advice could reach the customs in the destination country. So we are talking about 40 years from today, and you see where we are. So we need to improve a lot. And from our side, I think Jan has mentioned, and I would like to stress it once again, we have to do our best to move our mail. And you are invited to provide the data to the air carriers, and then they will be able to do that. So with that, you've been a great public. great audience, and I believe that our panelists deserve a nice applause. And I give it back to the Master of Ceremony, Puran. We are on time.
Okay, so thank you, DDG, and also panelists for this very informative session. So for today, the session has concluded. See you back here tomorrow at 9 a.m.
Thank you.
Thank you. Goodbye.